Yo, yo, yo. Yo, 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 yo. Do. Happy Easter, happy Easter. I already see so many arts on the Twitter with the Easter stuff. Oh my god. What's up, Lucas? How you doing? If you run your own. What you up to? This Friday. Do you celebrate the Easter stuff, or you just chilling, or like what's going on? Shit. Uh, Today chilling, tomorrow and Sunday in the countryside at family. Nice. My mother is from. People celebrate it very big. Ah, seems pretty interesting. Um. Can't wait for the Easter sausage and ham. Oh shit, that sounds dope. Sausages. Bum, bum, bum. Skin is so cute. Whoa, that Day by Daylight Easter skin. That's cool. The floppy ear. That's cute. Tablet. Oh. Bum, bum, ba, 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 bum, bum, da, 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 da. Don't have special Easter, but yeah, DBD. I see. I mean, it does look like it's gonna, I don't know, either releasing a skin related to it or something like that. I don't know, but it looks like it. Bang the girl is like the cute kawaii girl of DBD, so it's just fitting. Ah, I see what you mean. I see, I see. Yeah, I forgot that DVD also have like the original character set. 'Cause they do so many like partnership with like other games or movies that I forgot they have original characters as well. Kind of want to color this. Maybe later though. New drawing time. True, but they have more OCs though. Yeah, that's why I forgot about that. Mm. Ba, 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 ba. Hmm. Okay. Boom, ba, boom, ba, boom, boom. Hmm. What kind of post should we go for today? Oh my god, dude. Sorry. Oh shit, this song's too chill, but it's so good. God damn. How's your day? It's been alright. I actually slept for most of the day today because I've been lacking sleep a lot during the weekdays because of during the work days. So I feel like the moment I got an extra holiday, my body just like dead. I spent a whole day like sleeping. I think I sleep like almost 12 hours today. I know, I know. It's kind of crazy. You sure you're still alive, old man? I don't know, dude. I don't know. Ugh. Oh my god. But it is what it is. Oh, by the way, the commission thing, I've been toggling around with the six of those things. I probably can show you like hopefully tomorrow, like some of the thingy thing, the design. And I actually have like some of them like options that which one would you like better. But yeah, hopefully I can show you some stuff tomorrow. Okay. Was planning to do it a little bit quicker, but work's been yeah a little bit here and there. Work doing work things. You know what I mean? Yes, sir. Appreciate for the patience. Hey, what's up, Yua? Yua Midcock. How you doing? Oh shit.
Tactical nuke!
Oh!
Incoming!
Oh my god! I just started the stream. Yui with the raid. Dong slide, welcome. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Thank you for the raid. What's up, what's up? How's the Apex grind going? Also, welcome to the Easter special stream. I don't know if that's proper, but basically I'm just gonna draw girls in bunny suit. Yes, you know the good old Easter stuff. Wow. How you doing? Curse. What do you mean cursed? Is not going well? Right now I'm drawing one of my OC, Katie. Trying to find some fun stuff with her because with this Easter thingy because she got the shape shifting stuff going on. So I wanna see what I can do with that with the bunny theme.
My streamer is so funny. WKWKWKWK.
True. What's up, Gar? How you doing? And Psyche. How you doing as well? Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Happy Easter, by the way, if you guys are celebrating. Hope you guys are having a good holiday. Spending your quality time with family and friends, hopefully, hopefully. Have you seen the new Daft Punk video? I saw the storyboard thingy thing. But is there anything else new? Any more new stuff? Because that's the last one that I saw. The yeah, the storyboard. Unless there's something else that I haven't. But I do know there's been Daft Punk related going on. I just had dinner. What'd you have for dinner? What you got? What you got? Something delicioso for show, for show. Actually, for anyone who's celebrating Easter, do you guys like do other than the religious activities? There like a cultural things going on for you guys? Because I'm pretty sure that's a thing in some countries, obviously. Like, what's the unique thing that you guys do, culture-wise? Mm. Letting someone comment your mom. God damn it. I eat your mom, lol. Where I'm going, it is tradition to get your Easter meat and take it to the church on Saturday to be blessed by the priest, and only after that you're allowed to eat the meat. Weird thing, especially for atheists like me, but still fun to watch. Ah, interesting. Instead of Carinthia is the only Austrian region to have that. Ah, must be a very crucial part of the culture in that area then, maybe. That's cool. I like it when a certain region have like that very specific culture, tradition stuff. Like it's just very, you know, it's just cool. I don't know if this is unique, but we have a cenaculo, which is a playing depicting the passion of Jesus Christ, his trial, suffering, and death. What do you do exactly? That specific? Is that like you know, what was the activity? Because I think for me, I don't celebrate it, but my friend, one of my work colleague, celebrating it, and what they do is I forget what they call it. It's they call it Good Friday or some shit like that, in a more uh you know stuff. But shit, I forgot the activity. But they have to go to the church from Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, back to back. Like there's three different event going on each days. But that I have no idea what it is in detail, obviously. Filipinos do a lot. Today's Good Friday. Yeah, true. You do salubong and also visita iglesia. Oh, dude, that sounds fancy. So like in Filipino, there's like multiple of things. Is that like everyone do that, or is it like depends on the specific uh tradition? The Catholic. Ah, okay, gotcha. Interesting. Yeah. Is the majority. I see. Dum, 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 doo. There are only leleliks here. Good one. Let's not try to make this a religion, yeah? That sounds scary. Leleliks. Catholics have celebration of Easter, but Good Friday is the most important one for Protestant Christians. Ah, gotcha. Can I pray to Radu after what he said about his stuff? What do you mean? Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Okay, okay. Do, 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 do. Hmm. Goo, 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 goo. What's up, boo? Oh, hi there, mama. Whoa. What you gaming later? Either continuing Metal Gear's Rising, since we started that on Friday, and I really enjoyed it. Either that, or I do have like two other games, new games that I wanted to try. We'll see. We'll see. But that's the plan so far, at least. Metal Gear Rising Revengeance really, really, really fucking cool. It went above and beyond my expectation. Can't believe I haven't played it this whole time till today, until Friday. Revengeance, yes. I've never played it before, and it's my first time. So yeah, it's quite an interesting game, not gonna lie, which I really, really like. It blew up with popularity again recently. I saw it from Charlie, Moist Critical. He replayed it recently. I was like, whoa, I forgot this game existed. I was like, oh shit, it looks so fucking cool. I need to check it out. And there we go. It's probably why. It's probably Charlie. I have to guess. The Big Moist. But then, to be fair, for me, in my region, Revengeance is region locked on Steam. I know, kind of weird for like so many years. So it's only available on consoles. That's why back then I remember my friend bought it on Xbox 360, if I'm not wrong. And we played it over there on that console. But I didn't play much. So apparently I've been missing quite a lot. This coolness. Huh? Yeah, I know. It's kind of weird. It's the publisher being weird. I forgot his publisher. Konami? I think. Konami. Okay, the song's way too chill. Oh, and the other game, now that I remember the name, Hellblade. That's also another game that I wanted to give it a go. I've been I've been holding it back for quite a while now. And since the sequel's announced and come in this year, I think it's gonna release this year. I feel like I should check it out, see what's up. Apparently, a lot of people are really praising the game. But I have no idea how it is. The fuck is this song? There's Bunny Lucian. I don't know. Okay, what is this song, man? Ooh, Hateno Village. Scaly. Talking about spoopy, tomorrow we're gonna play some spoopy game. Which I'm kind of excited about because it looks really pretty fucking creepy. So, yeah. Kind of want to play it today, but no. Well, let's dedicate a horror game on Spoopy Saturday. Make it a formality. And it's the only day I can scream without being complained by my neighbors. Spoopy as in Radu Sims about Astolfo. What do you mean? Spoopy is spoopy. Spooky man, spooky. Gotcha, man. Shit. So yeah, okay. Okay, dude. You know, Daft Punk just released some new things on their YouTube channel. Shit, or like memory lock of them. Yeah, Psyche also told me about it earlier, but I'm not sure. I haven't checked it out. Well, be dope. I mean, obviously, it's not gonna be anything about their coming back, but goddamn, anything Daft Punk related, I'm down. Okay, the storyboard thingy, I already saw it. Around the World in the Classroom with Michael Gondry? What the fuck? What is it, like talking about like the video clip?
So when I was younger, I was a big fan of this funk band, kind of in this way. For each instrument.
Oh my god, it's like going in depth with the music video, I think. What the hell? I miss them so much. I know, man. I know. I'm pretty sure a lot of people do. I mean, it's Daft Punk. Of course, everyone's gonna miss them. Around the World and Instant Crush are my top listening. Oh, Instant Crush is such a good song. Such a vibe. Especially with Casablanca's video voice. Woo! They have such a fucking godly video. The Strokes is one of my favorite band as well. So that collab was really fucking huge for me. So you big dubs. I kind of want to hear them. Hold up. Then again, I don't like whenever people ask me what's my favorite Daft Punk song, it's really hard to say, but the one that I always stick to my head was probably Very Disquo uh from Discovery. That one really sticks with me. And I I don't know. There's so many. Robot Rock is also pretty dope. I like it. Uh, I know not many people actually a fan of the fucking, you know, the album. Rollin' and Scratchin' is good as well. It's a classic. Okay, Daft Punk time. Let's see. Yeah, I feel like Human After All is like not a lot of people actually like it. Then again, it is very it was like they're very super, I don't know what's the word for it, like very electronica, like experimental. I feel like I can say like there's some there's always my favorite song in every album. Like for example, Aerodynamic or Digital Love are, oh my god, so good. And then from the newest one, the Random Access Memories, like, you know, fucking Instant Crush, obviously, or Get Lucky is fucking good, you know. Um, Contact was really cool. Doing It Right is really cool. Dude, I don't know. It's really hard for me to pick a favorite song from Daft Punk. Like I feel like I don't have a song that I don't like from them. That's the thing. Giorgio by Moroder also. That one's really fucking sick. Oh man, dude. Oh man. Oh man. Okay, let me see. Which one should we listen to? There's too many I know. Yeah, the music, the fucking movie thing is pretty cool as well. It's very underground-ish, but you know, I'm pretty sure not a lot of people know about it. But if you're a fan of Daft Punk, you definitely have seen it for sure. They even use some of the clip as like their you know, the last video. Dude, we need to watch that. Hold up, hold up. We need to watch that one. We need to watch the last video, if you know what I mean. It's gonna be extremely sad, but we have to see it. What's up, Payne? How you doing? Sorry if people in the chat is not, if you're not you know, Daft Punk, you know, it's this conversation sounds very weird, but it's very nerdy. It's a very nerdy talk. Okay, we need to watch this again. You know what this video is. You know what this video is. Oh shit. Oh fuck. As a kid, I wanted to have their vinyl so bad, but it's so hard to get. True. God, they look so cool. Look at them. Bunch of cool ass robots. The only Daft Punk I know is Around the World. That's like one of their biggest one. Oh my god. The song at the ending for this video is Touch, right? That one specific part. Oh, it's so fucking good as well. Pain. Smedga. Dude, their helmet is so fucking cool. It's so fucking cool. God damn. This exact clip is from the music, the Human After All video, right? Movie, right? Like it's not a remake. It's just a cut from that, right? It's like Thomas just want to stop Sag. Can you guys hear the video? Like, very faint, but... Don't press it, dude. Don't press it. No! No! Dude, it's already been a year since they retired, isn't it? When did they exactly retire? This video is like what? February 2020, 22. Holy shit, dude, it's already more than a year. What's up, Chingo? How you doing? Fuck. Time goes by, huh? Okay, it's so loud. They already retired. This is their final goodbye video, basically, that we're watching right now. So it was last year, February 22nd. No. I hope this is not too loud. Okay, it's kind of loud. Fuck. Hello, TV. No. Bomb has been. Wait, no. Bomb is not diffused. Ah, here it comes. I love this part of the song so much. So good. Oh my God. Almost 20 years. Good night, Chingo. Oh shit, bro. Hold on. If love is the answer, you're home. Hold on. If love is the answer, you're home. Hold on. If love is the answer, you're home. Hold on. If love is the answer, you're home. You found it. Hold on. If love is the answer, you're home. Hold on. If love is the answer, you're home. And that's it. Fuck! The OG song is also really good, actually. Let's play that real quick. The use of Jackson Frank's song in the end is just beautiful. Mm-hmm. Oh my god. I'm getting emotional, bro. But hey, all good thing must comes to an end. You know? Every first stream you gotta see how wholesome this is. React Andy, remind me again later, okay? What do you mean for Doc Leaf? You know it well better than anyone. I forget the intro is so. I need something more. Yeah. Where do I begin or belong? Tell me what you see. I need something more. Ooh. How do I belong in the room between a room? Door behind the door. Something more. Holy shit, there's more. I need something more. Touch cook. Here comes the drum. Ooh. God damn. Why have you inherited the femboy flame? What? Wait, what? If love is the answer, you're home. Hold on. Love is the answer, you're home. Oof. Oh my god, dude. The vocoded song, a sound. This is my favorite part about Daft Punk. Oh my god. Stay so you're home. Hold on. Love is the answer, you're home. Hold on. Love is the answer, you're home. Huh? Dude, this arpeggio as well. Oh man. Every time I hear this violin part now it gets emotional, man. Oh fuck. It's always remind me of the video. God damn it. Is the answer, you're home. Hold on. Love is the answer, you're home. I think there's a late motif of Get Lucky earlier. I will just lyric with earbuds from now. Thank you for that epilogue. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. No worries, no worries. It's too much to feel. Sweet touch. Something more. Goddamn. People paying to you. Exactly. That's me. Oh shit! It's impossible to not jam with the song. To the song. Like the legend of the phoenix. Forces of beginning. We've come too far. No, we are. Mm. Ah, shit, this hair. What is this I'm feeling? Gonna leave, I'm waiting. We've come too far. We are. Let's raise the bar. She's up all night to the sun. I'm up all night to get some. I'm up all night to get lucky. All night for good fun. She's up all night for the sun. I'm up all night to get some. She's up all night for good fun. To get lucky. We're up all night to get some. We're up all night for good fun. We're up all night to get lucky. I'm too tired to make stupid jokes, head empty, no thoughts. It's okay, man, it's okay. We can chill instead. No Saints Flow stand-up comedian tonight, chat. I'm sorry. He's tired. Oh! We're up all night. Dude! Sounds so nice. All night to get lucky. Lucky.
Don't worry, I'm not gonna get tired with your mom cock cat boom LLLLLLL.
Got to it. Good one! All night to the sun. I'm up all night to get sun. We're up all night to get lucky. 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 Woo!
You wanna hear a joke? You are
Wait, what? Sin, how many times do I have to tell you? That's not how the TTS work. How did he say that? Yurmum. God damn it, man. How you doing, by the way? What's up, what's up? Welcome to the Easter special stream. You and mine, you're alone. Your time. How you doing, by the way? How you doing? What's up? I don't sell. Love. And you're fine. Forever all to you and I. Ooh! This robot spitting facts. Woo! This is a burning of control. When was the last time you played Apex? Oof, it's been so long. It's been too long, actually. Well, we got Apex Frogs in the chat. Usually I get EU Apex instead. Which is also an emote. Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. My only problem, I love Apex, not gonna lie, but my only problem is that for some reason I cannot get stable frame rate in that game. I don't know why. I just hate it when, you know, mid-fight, my FPS suddenly drop below 60. Like 40, the 30 kind of shit. It's so annoying. It makes me miss all my shots. The sudden delay input and everything. Only happens in Apex, unfortunately. Or fortunately, I guess, because I still can enjoy Valorant. I don't have issue with Valorant. But then again, Apex is a battle royale, you know, fucking 50, 60 people in one game kind of shit. So, you know, I guess I kind of expected. But yeah, that's the only reason why I haven't played Apex again recently. I kind of drop it because my PC for some reason struggling with it. Siri mode, I forgot. I forgot about that emote. Oh my god. We added that when Seer was new. Holy shit. Holy shit. Good one. Stinky. Right now, I'm gonna be honest. For like shooter games, that I probably want to play on stream is like you know, I don't know. There's none right now. Cause Valorant, I still enjoy Valorant, but I enjoy that game off stream. Cause I don't know, when I play competitive game, especially ranked competitive like Valorant, I'll focus more on the communication with the teammates, and I notice when I stream Valorant, I don't interact with the chat at all. Sometimes I forgot I was streaming to the point, so I was like, yeah, I don't think Valorant's my streaming game, because I tend to get a little bit try hard when it comes to a competitive game, especially the one that I really like Valorant. And that is why I do not play Valorant on stream. Drink that water. Actually, that's perfect timing. Hydrate, chat. Drink your water. Stay hydrated.
Yes, not try hard, just speedrunning a demo.
Okay, that does not count, because that is fun. Ghost Runner demo. Okay, fair enough. Touche, touche. Speedrunning a demo on stream for fucking days. That was different because Ghost Runner was one of a kind. Like, there's no other games like that. So I was like, oh shit, you know? And speedrunning is fine on stream because, you know, I don't really have to communicate with other people and stuff like that. So I can speedrun while talking to you guys. You know? It's different. Well, in Valorant, there's a lot of, you know, strategy talks with a teammate, especially in the high ranking. You know, it gets a little bit intense. And all that kind of stuff. So yeah. That's what I meant. You really gotta call me out, huh? With the speedrun demo. Don't worry, we'll get more. We'll get more soon when that game that we saw last stream release. You guys know what I'm talking about. Another speedrunning game. And actually, the developers already confirmed that they're making a sequel for Ghost Runner. So Ghost Runner 2 is in the making, but I'm pretty sure it's not gonna release this year. Probably next year. Val is boring to watch. I feel like it kind of depends. I feel like people who really like to watch over Valorant is the people who also play Valorant. So if you don't play Valorant, it's basically like CS:GO. You know, if you don't play CS:GO, it's not that fun. Same with basically every single competitive game. I don't play League of Legends, and I feel like League of Legends stream is the most boring shit ever. Same thing, same stuff. which is more boring, Valorant or Apex? In terms of streaming content for viewers, I feel like Valorant, because Apex is more high octane, you know, movements more crazy. There's some parkour mechanics, and there's like the clutch moments are more hectic, more chaotic. It's a little bit more fun to watch. Valorant is more accuracy. You know, that one taps that you get is the peak moment and all that shit. I feel like. So yeah, Valorant, in my opinion, only fun if you either also play Valorant or you just watch the streamer for the sake of it. I prefer Apex and Valorant since you scream more in Apex. True. In Valorant, I do not scream. Well, I do scream, but I scream in a more, you know, let's go! Like, like the clutch moments, or like when I hit that ace, or I hit like 3 headshots in a row, I will scream. Like, let's go! The fucking Tyler 1 kind of scream. Not gonna lie. Shit. For Apex, the scream's more of a like a panicking usually. It's like ah, he's chasing me, help, help. I heard leaky. For Apex, to be fair, I don't take Apex seriously at all. Like I don't do the ranked mode at all. I feel like ranked mode in Apex really I don't know. Not just Apex, in my opinion, that battle royale game ranked is just not that fun for me. It takes the fun part about battle royale, which is the RNG-ness. And when you're worried about rank in a game where RNG play a big role, it's stressful. I tried it. I tried to rank up on Apex. It's not fun. It suddenly makes the game a little bit more stressful because I tend to rush people, you know, like do dumb shit just for the sake of like doing cool stuff like that. In return I do die a lot, but it's fun, you know. And you cannot do that in ranked because you're gonna de-rank a lot, and that's not fun for me. Fortnite has a third-person view. Yes, it's true. My friend forced me to play League. Oh no. Just don't. Just say no if you don't like it. I just keep staying back. There's a moment to shine. I just keep playing back. Boom. Everywhere I go, there's a moment to shine. I actually enjoyed Fortnite as well recently. Ever since they removed the building, not gonna lie. It's just a little bit more enjoyable. I haven't played it anymore, but it's fun. It's fun for me. Because after all, the building aspect is the one that makes me about Fortnite. But overall, I'm not. If you guys just wondering, I am not gonna play Fortnite still because not a big fan of a third-person shooter ever, especially a competitive one. They have dashes too, and trucks and tanks. Yeah. The game's very chaotic now. It's crazy. Just keep playing back. Such a time. Naruto in Fortnite. Moment to shine. I just keep playing back. Boom. Just fragments of time. Everywhere. Oh. Then. This moment to shine. Do, 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 do. Alien. Wouldn't it be crazy if they add stamina and sprint too? They do. Wait, it's a thing. uh, they did exactly that. I don't know. I feel like Fortnite is fine. It's that okay game that happened to be so popular. Okay, this one is too crazy. Let's go a little bit to the old classic. Ooh. One more time. One more time, we're gonna celebrate. Stop the dancing. One more time, we're gonna celebrate. When will there be a game where we played as Rad? What? Playing PUBG? Forsen? Forisen? With DLC maid outfit. Wait, what? Maid outfit. Oh god. The maid outfit gang is out. One more time, we're gonna celebrate. We got the dancing. One more time, we're gonna celebrate. What if never? That's not a thing. Because it's so dumb. Wait, way too late. No, we don't stop. can't stop. One more time. One more time. Celebration. No, we gotta do it right tonight. Yeah, it's feeling. Music's got a feeling in me. Yeah. Come on. Alright, we're gonna spare. One more time, music's got you feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. One more time. Why is it so hard to draw a bunny ear? Hold up. One more time. Okay, maybe we can change it a little bit. One more time. One more time. Trying to make it flops. But, can I hit the right pose? Ooh, classic. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. 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 Raddtrap coloring book? Ooh. That's very random. But for some reason, I like that idea. Ooh! Epic solo. Aerodynamic like your mom. Good one. Dude, I'm craving coffee right now. It's 9 p.m. and I'm craving coffee. What the fuck is wrong with me? You know what, Psyche? I know that's just a normal message, but I'm gonna take notes of that in the future if I can do a merch. A raddtrap coloring book sounds like a fun merch. Yeah. I'm actually gonna note that down. Thank you. That sounds dope. I don't know if you guys would like it, but I kinda sounds fun. And I'm pretty sure you guys gonna get it anyway for reasons. Consists only of a Astolfo and your mom. Good one. Probably pregnancy cravings. Okay. I'm not on that stage yet. Wait, what? Coffee and choco. Yeah. I buy it for my future son. Don't please. Please don't. If I'm ever gonna release a coloring book for real as a merch, please don't buy it for your son. Oh boy. Okay. What else? What else? I think we're good. Kind of want to draw this. I mean, color this. Hey! Another jammer. Last night I had a dream about you. In this dream, I've waited so long. Came a little closer. The rhythm gets stronger. Little fun all night long. Right? Hold on. I don't know what to do about this dream and you. I wish this dreams come true. Oh, I don't know what to do about this dream and you. How will these dreams come true? Boom, boom, How long have we been streaming? Okay, almost 2 hours. Still get time. Hey. Yeah. What? Dum, dum, dum. Dum, dum, dum. Ba-da-bow, ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-bow. Ba-dow, bow, ba-bow, ba-bow, ba-da, bow, 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 ba-da, bow, 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 ba-da, bow, ba-da, ba-bow, bow, 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 ba-da, bow, ba-da-da-da, the game. Okay. Why don't you play the game? Why don't you play the game? Woo! God damn, this song's so good. Epic solo. God damn. Holy shit. Triple Why don't you play the game? Me, 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 me. Dun, 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 ba, dun, dun, ba, ba, bum, ba, do. Hold up. I like this one as well. Yeah, dude, Discovery is probably one of the best album of all time. There's not a single song in this album that I cannot listen to. Holy shit. Bum, 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 bum. That emote. Actually. Sorry. All right. Looks pretty good. God damn. Okay, okay. Do you usually use reference like from other artworks or photographs? Yes, I do a lot actually. it is a very good, powerful tool, in my opinion, for drawing a really good, you know, relatable posts. Like, there's no such thing as rules in arts. Anyone can do anything with how they want to draw, but me and a lot of people swore by references, whether it's got to be from other artworks or photography and all that kind of stuff. I myself actually use reference from a lot of stuff, but my number one most useful reference has been VR chat. Arigato onsen. Thank you so much for so many years. Like, I
Your
don't
mom
know.
makes good pose for my drawing cat boom cock.
But yeah, if not because of like things like VR chat or like just simply photographs and all that stuff. Uh, like, pose is very natural thingy. So you want to achieve that from real thing as reference. You know. You know. I heard me. Don't worry about it. But yeah, don't be afraid to use reference from whatever it is. Maybe you take a lot of photographs or other existing model that's already have like libraries of references. It's normal. In fact, people back in the day, like fucking Leonardo da Vinci, fucking back in the day, everyone uses real people as references. You know? Oh my god. And to the extreme, they even like if they want to learn anatomy, uh, people actually have like this basically contract signs with morgue or hospital or some shit like that. I forgot the term. They can basically inspect dead bodies, like legal shit, and it is sometimes used for science and stuff like that. But it's also used for artists, like professional artists back in the day, to learn muscles and all that kind of stuff. They inspect everything. So yes, art imitates life, imitates art. Kind of bullshit. Can we inspect you, huh? Uh, your mom is art. Good one. Ancient Greek sculptures definitely use reference. 100%. 100%. That's why in some artists they would do like this called no reference challenge or like draw blindly challenge, meaning that they don't use reference or anything, just like straight up drawing, because it is a challenging thing. It's not something that the norm, like normally you do not draw without reference, especially if you want to draw something's high detail. The norm is to use reference. But again, art does not have any rules, so everyone have their own ways to draw. You ever think getting influenced every time only wait someone says your mom? Oh no. Oh god, I need to draw the hand. Who the hell pays Hello Games? I checked their Twitter and their last 4 tweets are all massive update to NMS. They robbed the bank or something, I swear. Yeah, I don't know, man. They're pretty crazy. Okay. Change the album again. Get to the older one. One of my favorites from the first album, Homework. Pretty sure it's kinda, yeah. Ooh! Pow, 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 pow. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, bow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow. Oh god. Uh Actually, hold up. I gotta sleep, my eyes are heavy. Alright, dude. Thanks for stopping by, Skykey. Have a good sleep, man. Appreciate it, much love. I'll see you around. Bye-bye. Hmm. Why is it so hard to draw this one? Mom spaghetti. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow. Oh my god. Duh. Fuck. Oh, Jesus. Holy shit. Why am I struggling? If you counters bug? Wait, what do you mean? I saw a video about Elden Ring and it turned into a 19-page novel reading as for lore, not education. I mean, sometimes you learn something about the thing from, you know, yeah. So kind of like an education. Indirectly, if you really think about it. Holy shit. If you think about it, you educated yourself via reading in-game lore, so that is education. Lore only teach me about the fictional world, though. Does that world have made in our sub and breedable fanboy? Right. God damn it, Chad. God damn it. Shut the fuck up. Oh, I see. Dude, I'm really bad at drawing hands. Holy shit. I cannot right now. I cannot. I cannot chat. Okay, we're getting into the weird sounding region. Let's bring it back. Bring it back a little bit. Let's go back to Zelda. Okay, my Spotify is lagging. What the fuck is going on? All right. Spotify is dying. Very nice. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Just you finish this hand and then we can go to React Andy, yeah? Is there anything new today, chat? Gaming wise? Anything interesting? Da, da, da. Oh my god. Ba, ba, ba. Bum, ba, ba, da, ba, da, ba, da, ba. Ba, ba, ba. Bum, ba, ba, da, ba, dum, ba. Ba, 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 ba. Mhm. 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 Ba-da-bum-bum-ba. Mhm. 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 Okay. We can go with this. Oops. Sorry. Still. Holy shit, dude. Why is it so hard to draw fucking hands?
Just look at your hands, smile.
I wish it's that easy, dude. I wish it's that easy. Rat's hands are girly enough for reference. I get it. Shut the fuck up. Oh, okay, I see what's going on now. Oh, okay, wait. So that means the muscles go from here. Gonna go from here to here. Oh! Okay, figure it out, I think. Let's see. Fitta helvete jävla. If Red ever quits Twitch, I blame us. Why? Bro, okay, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. No swearing. It's too late, man. It's too late. Trust me, I'm not gonna quit Twitch anytime soon. You guys can chill. Oh shit, fuck. The only reason I'm gonna quit Twitch if I cannot stream. Yeah. It's impossible. Oh, see y'all. Forget I have assignment on the deadline. Alright, see ya, Blue. Take care. I've been doing Twitch for too long to drop it. Way too long. It has been my ritual, I guess. To the point is that I cannot imagine myself not streaming. If you stop, I'll be bored. Wait, why's the hyper bra doesn't work? Hyper. Oh, it's called. Wait, oh. Someone changed the name. Hyper bra faint. Was it always like that? Forgot. If you stop, I'll be bored enough to double my workout and become a swole flow. Fair enough. Do you find your new favorite emote, Sin? If Red not streaming, Red will be in VR chat. I mean... don't know. I don't know about that. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. Like I bought Quest 2, right? Like a couple months ago, like November. Last November. Played it a lot. VR chat and even other games as well. Uh the Beat Saber has been my almost my daily thingy. That time after work I always go for Beat Saber and shit like that. It's always a good time. But I'm gonna be honest with you guys.
Guys, if Rad not streaming, he's just gonna play with his cock all day on traps, and that's a fact. Smile, cat boom.
But I'm gonna be honest. VR in general is kind of like having a PS5 right now. It doesn't have. I mean, there's some options, but most of the time it does not even looks appealing. You know. And VR chat optimization just makes me a little bit sick. Sometimes is like just so it's fucking tired, dude. Like if I don't have peeps that I want to go and meet up, I don't usually boot up VR chat. That's how it is right now. So yeah. The optimization just frame rate issue is just so fucking awful. But it was fun. It was fun for what it is. I actually enjoyed. Oh my god. Playing VR games. Although in this current gen, it's just not good enough. I feel like to be a major, to be a big general use. I feel like it's still, not that small anymore in terms of the community, but it's not a primary device for a lot of people. It's like a very specific audience. You know what I mean? Like people who really into VR stuff only do VR stuff. You know what I mean? And people who don't really into VR usually play for like a good few months when they first got it, and then they will drop it and usually only play VR stuff when there's a purpose to it. But almost never about, yeah, you know what I mean. Imagine not wanting to play critically acclaimed masterpiece FIFA. Okay, dude. Good one. But yeah, that's my current status with VR in general. It's a very niche market right now. That only people who really love VR would stick with VR. For the longest time, VR chat has been my, uh, you know, I don't know what's the word. Just I don't know what's the word, honestly. Brushes back. Right now the one that I'm using is Bit Husky. Is a default brush on CSP. Very sketchy looking pen. But yeah. Bit Husky. But for this one, this pencil looking texture, I am using, I do not know what it's called. Hold up. This thing. It's a community. Uh, is there a way for me to just share what it's called? I don't know, dude. Setting? Yeah, I guess you could just search this in the market. That's what I use for pencil brush. What's up, Ling? How you doing? Your boyfriend, huh? Wait, what? What were we talking about again? Got to it. Meanwhile, Rat released a short song in VR chat on Twitter. That's true, actually. If you guys want to check it out, it's on Twitter. I just uploaded like a couple songs over there. Check it out, check it out. But that's only because I love the map. I just need something for it, and it was that. So that's a different case. I mean, some of you guys know about this. Like, I just like to go to VR chat and go in a very good looking map and just like jam around my music. Especially my favorite for past couple of years has been the shade under the tree. Is that what it's called? Tree under, yeah, tree shade, yeah, that one. That one has always been my go-to. Holy fuck! Such a beautiful looking map. Jenny! Drink water, drink water. Bum, bum, ba, da, 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 da. No. Damn, such a beautiful harp. All right. Oh god, it's almost 3 hours. Okay, break time. Oh my god. Break time. Jesus. I wonder if there's any coffee shop open at this hour. Hold up. Yeah, I'm really craving right now. I'm sorry, chat. Now that you just mentioned VR stuff. I still haven't done a VR chat stream for the thingy thing, huh? Then again, it's not that good. So I don't know if I want to stream it anyway. The tracker thingy. Like, it's an okay full body tracking. It's not the best. It's not that good compared to like the lighthouse tracking, obviously. But for what it is, and especially because I made it myself, it's really fucking good for what it is. There is no coffee open at this hour. Shit. I mean, understandable actually. But goddamn. Fair chat stream, but as a potato? Twerked up potato. What do you mean by as a potato? What does that even mean? Oh shit! This is still open. We're at twerking view. Ah shit. I did not owe any fucking twerk. Shut the fuck up. Don't listen to Wanzin. Shut the fuck up. There's no twerking or whatever the fuck. Bam, ba, ba, da, da, dum. Did you say you wanted to draw girls today? That, yeah, it's over ambitious. I forgot how slow I draw. Guess we only finished one. It's not even finished. Like, goddamn, the fucking hand's still sketchy. It hasn't colored it. That again, it's only been two hours, which is understandable. You can draw another girl on top of her. Okay, man. I could, but no, I'm bad at that. I wish I have the patience to draw more than 2 to 3 hours a day. But goddamn, it's really hard. It's not gonna change anything. You'll be patient if you feel sick and went to a clinical hospital. Not wrong, but I don't want that either. No, thank you. Ah, so good. If you are a patient in a hospital, you are just impatient. Jesus Christ. Huh? Oh, what the fuck? No, but you might be in nurse. Probably start as a joke. Oh, Jesus Christ. Ugh. My head. You guys are so funny. Very funny, guys.
Why did Crazy Frog have his dick out?
What the fuck? What is that random fun fact? I don't fucking know. But thank you for the random fun fact, Gara. Whoa, what the fuck? Okay, this one's good. Thank you for the collective immediate cop immediately after I send it. I'm bored. Nice. Dude, I forgot to download the squad thingy. Probably can try it tomorrow or some shit. Where's my coffee? I need my coffee so bad right now. Hold up. Chat, stand up, stretch your legs. We've been sitting for too long today. Stretch up, stretch up. Everyone stretch up. Oh yeah. Opa.
Rad is big all Peodara.
I think you're using that word. I think you don't understand what that means. It's kind of not. Oh my god. I place my cock upon thy thighs. Fuck. I do. That's why you're good at drawing booba. Jesus Christ. Okay, man, listen. I. Oh wait, I think my coffee's here. Hold up. God damn it. Okay, my coffee's here. Give me a second, I'll be right back. God damn it. Here, have this one. Okay. Stop looking at it. I'll be right back. Also, Gara, maybe add people boom in 7TV. I think we need that.
Radstream is very educational, mom. I've learnt new words, cock and your mom smile.
We don't have 70 slot? Oh shit. Let me see. Let me remove one real quick. We can like remove some of the extra emotes. The invisible emotes. Since not many people use that anyway. But now since I mentioned it, you guys are gonna start using it. God damn it. Where is it? I'm gonna remove I think bong. Then we can remove bong. Or chat time. Easy glasses. That's very corny. Alright, I already removed it. You can add one. Let me know when you're done. Twitch Prime! I remember you had to remove something for cock. Yeah. Yes, I think I didn't Google that. I Googled it and I can see Red doing that. What the fuck? I'm on mobile, too lazy. God damn it! Alright. The problem is that the translation is too literal, so it sounds kind of dumb. And add it. Okay. Alright, people boom is now a thing. Refresh the chat. You should be able to see it. Hold up. There we go. People boom. There we go. Fuck, the chat's not refreshed. Now you imagine Red as Master Roshi. Interesting. Oh, I see. Ooh. Okay. Insta classic. Go to my playlist. What should we play, chat, after this? I'm almost done here. What should we do today? Are you gonna finish Metal Gear Rising? Yeah. No, I'm just throwing out suggestion. Maybe you guys got any other things in mind? Shifu? Nah. I think we're good with Shifu. Think rather something else that's rising. That's when I see your mom. Haha. Got him. Oh! New friends. Poor Kendo. Thank you for a follow. Appreciate it. Welcome.
Ring is chin chin on Indonesian, but cock in Japanese is chin chin.
Whoa. That's true. Also, okay, Lucas, have a good meal or food making. Thank you. Also, what's up, Kendo? How you doing? Ooh. Okay, I love this one. Fuck. Dude, if GPU's price is not going down, I probably already bought a keyboard piano by now. God damn it. I want to get into piano. Just double your chin for eating too much. Just relaxing and enjoying your art. Thank you. Appreciate it. Well, welcome, welcome. Hope you enjoy your stay. Excuse me, I'll enjoy my stay. GB have been pretty low recently, and they are also announcing 40 series soon, isn't it? Yes. But it still can go down a little bit more. And well, my savings not that quite there yet to get a 3070. It's almost there. I just need to save up just maybe a month or two more. I mean, I could go lower, go cheaper, and go for a 3060, but I feel like, you know, I don't know. I feel like 3070, like, you know, sweet spot. I feel like 3060 is gonna, if I buy 3060 right now, 2022, the life expectation is gonna be way shorter, and I'm gonna have to upgrade a little bit faster, for only like $200 difference. So I'm saving a little bit more just so I can get 3070. As in right now, 3070 is like Indonesian rupiah is like 11 to $1,200, but US dollar is probably like 900 or 800, even cheaper maybe. But yeah, like roughly in Indonesia it's like roughly $1,200, $1,100. Yo, where can I post vid for React Andy? In the chat, but probably a little bit later when I am gonna go for React Andy. Right now we're chilling with the drawing session. What video do you got this time? What you got? What you got? But yeah, that's the current state of my savings. Where is it going right now? Most likely gonna go for GPU. So I can chill with stream. Like, I don't have to worry about, can I run this new game? Or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna lie. There are other things that I want to get. Like, first, for example, my priority before GPU price went down was actually uh a Tundra tracker, the full body tracking with Lighthouse, two Lighthouse, which is roughly gonna cost like $800-900, which is a lot. But then there's also a piano keyboard, which is like roughly around 600, a lot cheaper. 500, 600, I can get one. But everything got delayed because of the GPU price going down. Like, you'll never know if it's gonna go up again, so I'm just using the advantage before I have to wait for another year to be able to buy another GPU, you know what I mean? Like the 1060 right now is very choked. Very choking. Choking on this dick. So I have the Sekiro vid you put on hold. Holy shit. I think we watched it. I forgot. Try to link it. Let me see.
My only priority is just my cock and your mom LLLLLLLLLL cat boom.
Cat boom. No. Link it, Magma. Oh shit, real voice. Hello, this is raddtrap. This is the real Rad. Hello, this is my real voice. Ha ha ha. Yeah, ha ha. Holy shit. How do I go back? Help. Help. Okay, sorry. That was the imposter. Oh, wait, yeah, we haven't watched that one. Let me just open it right now. We'll watch it later, yeah? I'm almost done. What the fuck? He got sponsored? Holy shit. Minutes later, I kind of need to eat in like 15 minutes. Oh, it's gonna be more than 15 minutes. So you can go to eat first. Maybe like 30 minutes or so. So make sure you don't eat for too long. Just to be safe. Da, da, da. I'll take my time. Okay. There we go. Mr. Rat, have you watched the new Batman video? What do you mean by that? You mean the Batman movie? Robert Pattinson Batman? Oh, if that's the case, no. Unfortunately, I have not. I'm thinking about if we could do a movie night for it. Because apparently it's really good. A lot of my friends said it's pretty good. And I like me some Batman movies. I'm a big fan of Christian Bale. Dark Knight. Not a big fan of what's his name? What's the last Batman before Robert? The big Batman from the Justice League. Forgot his name. That one, I'm not a big fan. Oh my god!
Hey, it's me, your mum 3060. This is not sponsored by Nvidia to rob your ban account.
What the hell? Why? $50. Wait. You're so fucking. Oh my god. I swear to God. Oh, you're so done, dude. You're. Oh, no. I'm not gonna say anything. But thank you. Hey, it's me, your mom 3060. This is not sponsored by Nvidia to rob your ban account. You didn't even write it correctly, bank account. But thank you for the $50. Holy shit. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I'll make sure it goes to savings for Journey for the new GPU or some shit. Thank you. Much love. You don't have to, but appreciate it anyway. Listen, chat. When I said it earlier, it doesn't mean that I need a new GPU. Like, it's still doable. We have so many fucking games that we can play. All right, so it's not like an urgency or some bullshit. And hopefully, my GPU is still, if I'm taking care of it properly, it's still gonna stay alive for a long time. So it's not like I need a fucking GPU. All right, so no worries about it. Okay. Appreciate it anyway. If you wanna help support. Thank you.
The 3070 is for VR Canojo stream.
You really want to see it, huh? Sure. If I get a new GPU, I'll play it on stream. Fine. Fine. Got to it. I'm gonna have to be very fucking careful though. That game. But fine. Is it a very demanding graphic wise for VR? This song is so good. Let me add it to the playlist. But after watching the new Batman movie, my whole YouTube recommendation has been filled with short Batman vids and Nirvana music. Hell yeah! I don't know about the Batman stuff, but Nirvana is like one of my favorite band of all time. One of the band that actually inspires me in my music journey, especially Kurt Cobain. I learned a lot from you know alternative rock. As a vocalist, I learned a lot from his vocal singing stuff. It's nothing crazy, but it's really his voice is really fucking cool. You really like to do like those rock scream, very grease like husky scream. I learned from a lot of his songs, which I cannot demonstrate unfortunately because I have to scream on top of my lung in order to do that. Just joking, don't play that. VR chat is good enough. No, I mean it's actually possible. Soda Poppin actually played VR Kanojo on stream once. Although you can only stream very limited content of it because obviously it's a fucking hentai game. So you can only play like up to the intro shit, which is still kind of entertaining. VR chat, I don't know if I don't know. I mean I guess my FPS gonna get better if I have a better GPU in VR chat, but I think VR chat is a very CPU based game, right? Where it's like your GPU won't really matter that much to a certain extent. It's like CS:GO. It's very CPU heavy. Paid music, true. Something's in the way. At the same time, though, I'm really glad that the Batman uses Nirvana, Something in the Way, as his like quote unquote theme song because it's such a powerful song. And I'm a pretty nerdy when it comes to Nirvana because I actually watch like documentary about the band, Kurt Cobain, uh, the band members related to Nirvana, like Foo Fighters, Dave Grohl, which was Nirvana's drummer, which is now the frontman and vocalist for Foo Fighters. Like, I'm a huge fan for Nirvana. Like, for example, fun fact, Something in the Way song is actually recorded outside of the studio room. And it was very spontaneous because apparently uh, Kurt was chilling in the couch behind the mixing table, so it's like outside of the recording room, and he was just like, can you grab the mic and pull it towards me and shit like that, and just like sing in the couch with everyone's in the room staying silent. It's such a such an artistic shit. But you guys, if you guys never heard of, listen to Nirvana, you guys should give it a try. A lot of their songs are very grungy, which is very grunge is a subgenre to rock, which is very, it's like messy. It's like muddy, super messy, not very clean rock. So everything's very distorted, very muddy. But that's half of the what makes grunge enjoyable, I guess. It's very fun. It's a fun It's a fun genre that I enjoy.
Rad, I have a game suggestion. There's this VR game called Koikatsu Party and I really recommend for you to play it on stream. Very phenomenal smile.
Nope, no thanks. That one I cannot play at fucking all. Thank you very much for the suggestion though. Koikatsu Party, god damn it. Hey, what's up, Vibes? How you doing? Vibey. Emo or punk music? Nah. I think grunge is not emo. It's just that Nirvana is very emo. Nirvana's songs, all of their songs, like 99% of them, lyric is made by Kurt Cobain himself instead of the whole band. The whole band just like, you know, supporting his things. But yeah, most of the time, most of the Nirvana song is written by Kurt himself. And yes, Kurt is a very depressed individual. So most of Nirvana songs are very, very dark, very heavy theme. Which is why not a lot of people can get into Nirvana in the first place. But I fucking love his voice. It's so good. It's like he can sing very delicately, but at the same time he can scream. Like rage scream. And I really love that. It's a very clean voice. Isn't Koikatsu worse than VR, Kanojo? No. It's actually pretty decent. Actually, let's not talk about it, okay? And no, I don't. I know about it because no, I don't play it. I just kind of, I did some research. It was, it's this. Waking up to Booba, very nice. Well, good morning. How's your sleep? Got to it. Sorry. Something's in the way. I kind of want to play the song. It's been a while since the last time I listened to Nirvana. Something's in the way. Yeah. Mr. Trapper, react when? Hold up, almost done. I just need to color this real quick. Bunny suit is not gonna look good, and with no color. Kind of need to color it. I'm gonna go eat. Okay. Go get dinner. Underneath the bridge. Metal Gear Rising mod Sekiro. Oh my god. Let me click the link. We'll save it for later. Oh, this song is so good. Fuck, Nintendo knows how to make a good soundtrack. They really do. It's too dark. There we go. Should probably give it a shading first. Shit. Looks great. Almost Easter too. Easer. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. Wow, Radu makes my Easter horny. Alright. Mission accomplished. God damn it. Sorry. Imagine Rin in this costume. God damn. Awooga. Oops, sorry. I want rat in it, huh? Ayo? Ayo, down bad? Jesus Christ. Don't need to say it. Just, you know, add me friends in VR chat. Wait, what? Alright. Huh? Okay. Okay. Okay, finally someone used that emote. Where the fuck is it? Hmm. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Okay, there we go. Jesus, my reference library is getting way too big. I need to organize it. It's getting hard to find specific stuff. You know, there was a cut quest with a friendly silver tier. What do you mean? Oh, cut content? That I have no idea. The fuck? Oh. I see. Ah, okay, I see. Alright, cool. Pretty sure they imagine all the fan art and were like, nope, delete. Oh, I see what you mean. Fair enough. Is kinky. Asimi questline request restored. Okay, another video for later. Is it a waifu in a shape, in a form of a silver tier? If that's the case, yes. That is a very basic rule of how to get a Rule 34. 100%. You get a waifu that is a form of a slime, easy Rule 34. Easy. There's no way it's not getting a Rule 34. 100%. Oh, hydrate. Hydrate time. Jenny! Why are you still awake? But what's up? How you doing? Just abusing my free time, hell yeah. Good shit though, good shit. Hope you're doing well. Want to play games but nobody's awake? Well, yeah. It's your time zone's probably a lot of people that are asleep. Don't have a degen friends with degen time zone at sleep time? Because I always have that. No, we all ended up fixing our sleep schedule because busy. I see, I see. Work related and stuff, probably. Everyone just getting older, cat boom. Sag, true. The reality. Aware. That's just how it is. Well, to be fair, I also have less degen sleep schedule friends myself, but me, I ended up having to. I ended up hanging out with people from across the world instead. Like I always when I have a degen sleep schedule, I always hang out with the peeps from NA and EU. So yeah. How old is Rat 23? 24. Just go insane and believe you're aging backwards. Benjamin Button. Okay, that's a scary song. Oof. Whoa. Okay, you go to playlist. Shit. I love it if Rad was still 23 because I'd be like 10 or something. What? Becoming very old is like becoming baby again. Basically. Becoming old is getting to appreciate simple things such as having favorite spatula amazed by kitchen appliances and such. Most important discount coupons, supermarket sales, and combo prices. Ah, shit. Real and true. Although I'm gonna be honest, I still like kind of, you know, I guess I kind of deny getting growing up a little bit. That I still got kind of get a little bit childish in me, and stuff like that. Like I still do some dumb shit. Gonna be honest, that should probably do as an adult, but yeah, I'm always amazed by free delivery. True. Well, I feel like that's everyone. But yeah, that is true. I'm 23. I still love bubble wraps. Oh, I need color. What the fuck? This song's so epic. But I feel like it's fine, you know. You don't have to go too adult. Like I don't know what's the word. Like you know, because being 100% adult is also not fun. Have a little fun. You know. And that is why for me, I always stick with my three main hobbies that I probably will never let go, which are, game, music, and drawing. Because those three are probably my biggest things that makes me still, kind of mess around and shit like that. The most thing that's not fun is debt and taxes. Basically, and a free subscription living in your country. Drew? That is Drew? Taxes are boring shit. That's, well, thankfully, you know, I'm not American. And I don't really like the feeling of taking debts either, so I've been grateful enough that I'm always feel like I'm enough. I have enough things. And if I want something that's super expensive, like let's say fucking GPU, well, if I can afford it, well, suck dick, rad. Better fucking save up, bitch. You know what I mean? Like I don't. I'm used to like, well, not used to, I guess, because I never get used to getting debts. I'm trying to always avoid those things. I don't really have to, but at the same time, that's why uh, I don't really purchase a lot of things myself. Why am I holding this one? What the fuck? I'm dumb. Don't get paid enough for tax. Shit. Hashtag relatable. Yeah, hold up. We're getting. Do you plan to update your Twitter commission stuff? You've made some arguably better art since then. True. I've been planning to do that, but at the same time, right now, I also have commission work that I'm doing in the background. But as you guys already know, I do commission off stream. So I haven't got time to like make another commission page. But then again, I probably should not do like don't have to worry about making it pretty or some shit. I'll just maybe I'll just make something very simple soon, just to update the portfolio. But at the same time, I'm also like not really urgently doing it because I don't really take much commission myself either. So, you know, kind of chilling. What? Wait, can you check when was the post? When was the date when I posted that commission page in the Twitter? I pinned it on Twitter on my profile, but I think it's like a very old. Is it 2020 or 2021? (2020 November. Holy shit. Yeah, it's been well then. I really do need to update that. I'm gonna save that Leo image. That Leo image it's very outdated as well. Like his shape and everything. Like what the fuck is his legs? uh Leo designs, even though it's not major, it kind of changed quite a lot throughout the time. So I need to update that as well. Surely I will update the commission page soon, Clueless. Surely I won't procrastinate, Clueless. Surely I will work on it soon. Maybe I can commission Rat to draw Leo Ikage. Please don't. Oh my god. Because I can definitely see some of you guys will do it. Oh my god. Ah, shit. I don't think I'm gonna open a animated emote commission though. 'Cause, I feel like I'm not good enough yet to do animated stuff. Very basic, still very beginner when it comes to animated stuff. So I'm not taking animated commission just yet. Maybe in the future, but as in right now, I feel like I'm not good enough to do that. Huh, I just realized I never really gave Katie a hair color. Holy shit. I guess we'll go with black for now. Maybe gray. Do we vote on which of your drawing to be in your commission? I don't know about that, brother. I don't know about that. I'm gonna be honest. Hey, Jigga. What's up? Hello. How you doing? Good morning, I assume. Just woke up, maybe. Just woke up. Holy shit! God damn. Okay. That gray looking good. That gray be looking mighty fine. Okay, that's too dark. Hmm. Yo, bunny girl, yes sir. Cause it's Easter. What up again, Vibey? How you doing? Monkeys. Pepe meltdown. Sorry, I got possessed for real quick. Yup. Sorry, I don't know what's going on. Ah, yes, her 2 eggs. Yes. Basically. I see. Whoa. Wait. Wait a minute. Masaka. Whoa. No. Warframe doesn't let me log in. Play something else. Ah, this song. Is Katie planning on coming to Vienna asking for a friend? I don't know about that. Hell. Hmm. Blue eyes, gray hair. Well, it's not really gray. That's like dark gray, I guess. Kind of liking this color. Of the melody, yeah. Pokemon. I forgot I was at the palace. I first tried Mog at 7 a.m. with my eyes barely open. Jesus Christ. That's artificial difficulty right there.
This drawing reminded me Bunny Girl Senpai Ham.
What is a bunny girl senpai? Let me make it a little bit lighter. I do like this color right now. I do like it. Yo! I just found out that Hiko has officially retired from pro play. Yeah. I think he announced it like a day or 2 days ago. Which is reasonable. Dude's fucking on his retired age at this point. Good for him. Good for him. He's been going pro since before I was old enough to go to play CS. He's a legend. I do not know that anime. Bunny Girl Senpai. Yep. Seishun Butayaro? I have not watched this. Oh yeah. She also have the well, I mean, it's because of the bunny girl, I guess, outfit. Oh, she got the fucking thingy thing on the neck. Oh damn. Wait, that looks cute. Mmm. Very good anime? Is that a rom-com? I do like me some rom-com. When React Andy? Almost there. Hold up. I'm almost done. Yeah, I've heard the title a lot, but I think yeah, I haven't watched it because it probably released when I stopped watching anime. You haven't started? No. Trying to finish this real quick. Just do basic coloring when shading. Ooh, I kind of want to add that neck thingy. I don't know what it's called. That looks really good. Okay, hold up. Gotta change something. I try to sleep. Good night. Alright, good night, Gara. Thank you for stopping by. Have a good sleep, man. Good night. Da 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 da. There we go. Delete some hentai art for squad. It's not hentai art. Shut up. Is this a trap? No, it's not. Look, she got booba. What's up, Game in Fire? Tick tick ding, tick tick dish, da dum da dum. Sheesh. Ah, damn. Today's been really chill. Pretty chill stream. Feels nice, man. Kinda nice, kinda nice. Maybe that's why I've been enjoying the drawing. It feels good when you really enjoy the process. Not feeling rush. But at the same time, you guys are not used to it. You go, React Andy 1! Give me a sec, yeah? A little bit more, just a little bit more. I'm really enjoying this right now. You know how to draw bunny outfit? How you know how to draw bunny outfit? Let's just say I have the right references that I need. Let's leave it at that. Yeah. Like I said, chat, the power of reference is strong. Use it at your advantage. Okay. Da, 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 Bum, ba, da, ba, da, da, ba, da, da, bum, ba, da, 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 da. Oh my god. Da, 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 Bum, bum, bum. Nope. Okay, it's time for highlights. This gas better. DM pen? Don't have the right brush for it. Dude, I really need to put this game down. I broke out the map on both sides and Mogwin's place. I mean, if you still enjoy it, you know, keep going at it, man. It's fine. It's fine. It is fine, man. It is fine. I don't know. People usually have less fun after 30 hours, not more. I Dark Souls 1, I have like 700 hours, if I'm not wrong. So, you know, figure that out. Dark Souls 1, mind you. All right. Holy shit, dude. 4 hours? Ah, Alright, let's take a break. Check out some of you guys' art stuff. I mean, React indie stuff. Maybe we can check out other stuff as well. Is there any like announcement or anything that I miss other than your funny videos? Because I feel like the next couple months gonna be kind of boring. Because goddamn, I think we already got like so many announcement get rid of. Like we're not gonna get any more new content shit for a while. I think it's too dark. There you go. Hmm. Oh my god, I forgot to color the eyes. This wholesome piece. Okay, okay, gotcha. Alright, hold up. Let me just do this real quick, okay? Oops, sorry. Hmm? Oh. Hmm. It's a very interesting mix of color. I don't know about the gray hair mixed with her very vibrant blue color, blue eyes. I'm gonna be honest. Hmm. It does looks nice. Silver hair. Right up. Is this? Okay. Like almost white. Hmm. Hmm. I think I need a bit more detail on hair in my opinion. Well, yeah, definitely. Just too lazy to do it right now. I need to change the way I draw hair, especially the bangs and the side bang area, like this area in particular. I need to change the way I do it because right now it's very contradicts on the way I draw hair. Very smug. What's up, Kay? And I like how smooth the skin is. Yeah, that's the point. Let's compare it back here. Hmm. How about very light blue? I want to see.
Live, laugh, love.
Love, love, love. Hmm. Ooh. Hold up, we're getting somewhere. Hmm. Interesting. I do like this. I do like the vibe here. Like what's going on here. What's up, Panda? How you doing? I don't like the way you draw your hair. It's too simple for me. I do like to go for a simpler version rather than the more, you know, like this is as complex as I get for hair. Like, you know, like very sharp-ish, but the inner side is not too busy. Like I do not I don't like the go for the, you know, the shoujo manga art. Like this is my ideal hairstyle that I like. But it's still very inconsistent because I can only do it for short hair. I don't know how to do it on long hair. That's the problem that I have right now. I stare at long hair too often, too much. That I rarely draw long hair. That's the problem. I don't study enough long hairs. It's not my fault that, you know, 3 out of 4 of my OC is short hair, and my favorite Holo Life member is Okayu. God damn it! I'm good, and you? I'm chilling. Just drawing right now. Just do a little bit of drawing. Let's see. Whoa, what the fuck?
Little bit of drawing of 4 hours and 37 minutes smile.
Yep. I'm slowly turning into a full-time artist streamer. Oh shit. I don't know. You guys make it fun. It's like cause you know, in the drawing stream, it's almost like just chatting stream basically. Just like talking while drawing. It's like my ideal type of stream. It's like hanging out and talk, you know? Sub. That's right. Subscribe with Twitch Prime. I like this kind of stream. Like I do like gaming, but what makes drawing stream very special is that the topic is literally whatever we're talking about. While gaming, you cannot really talk other topics sometimes. The topic sticks with what games we're playing. I guess, of course, it depends on what games, obviously, but, you know, let's say, like, if I'm playing Metal Gear Rising, most of the time the topic is, like, Metal Gear's related. You know what I mean? But if we're drawing, we can literally talk about every fucking thing. That's why drawing stream is really fun for me. Although I would like redeem stream also. Yeah. Should probably do that as well. It's been a while.
Here's the one.
Oh.
Here, okay, listen, hear me out.
New friend 2448 Twitch. Thank you for a follow. Appreciate it. Welcome. How you doing? We like talking about Raiden's ass. Not wrong, not wrong. You watch any anime recently? Nope. Like very recently, no. The last anime that I watched was, let me see. I actually updated things on AniList. That's where I keep up my what have I watched? I recently finished or watched okay, last time was Promare, which is on stream. The one that we did, the movie night. We did that. Oh, Dororo. I watched that off stream, actually on Discord. I watched that on Discord with a couple of you guys. I forgot who else. Like One-Sin, Gara, Jigs, Sudo. Yeah, sometimes I do off stream watch party just a little bit. So join the Discord if you wanna, if you're interested in that. He doesn't watch anime because he's trying to make friends. Good one. But no, I am not really good at watching series, anything series, like episode stuff, because I tend to drop them. Just choke on my own saliva. Jesus Christ. Oh, Goblin Slayer. Never mind. I binged through that with friends. Like from start to the end. Good fucking show. That show is fucking amazing. A little bit over the top at some point, in my opinion, of the, you know, the topic and shit like that, but it's pretty good for what it is. And then for manga, I actually read a lot. I tend to like reading manga more than watching anime because manga I can pick up and drop like literally anytime I want. Like uh this past 2 weeks I read a lot of manga. Last one was the one shot from Fujimoto, the Chainsaw Man guy. He released another one shot called Goodbye Eri, where I did a fan art of. You can check on the Twitter, by the way. Really fucking good. And I continued reading Shikimori because it's really good. What else? Shikimori. Yeah, that's it. And my plan for anime recently, I've been thinking about either starting what's it called again? Fucking forget the name. Sono Biscudo. The Marin. I'm planning to watch that. Goodbye Air is so damn good. Yeah. It's pretty emotional. Some pretty emotional stuff. It is a little bit weird. Like a lot of my friends who read the manga said like, what the fuck is going on here? Explosion! But you know, if you understand the Fujimoto weirdness, you know, like, you know, that's just what he does. It's just good old Fujimoto. Classic Fujimoto.
Why explosion we 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 explosion.
Basically. Yeah, everyone just like, what the fuck? Why explosion? Because. Just because. Dude, how the fuck do you draw a long hair, chat? I don't know, man. Was that the reason why I make her have a long hair? So I learn. Just add detail. Well, that's what I'm doing right now, but I feel like it's not right. Like I'm doing it wrong. God damn it. Oh shit. Okay. I think we can chill with this one. Because it's already past midnight. Holy shit. It's fun though. Oh, I forgot to add the bench thingy. And what she's holding on. Wait. Actually, nah. It's gonna add more work. Let's deal with this. Let me just clean up the lines. Da 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 da. Bah. Wait, let me just clean this up real quick. Shit. And of course, last but not least, plum, 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 wait. All right. Okay, I think we're good. Uh, oh, Chrono and Oswald, welcome. You're very talented. You're too nice. I might. Welcome, welcome. How you guys doing? Hello. All right. Back for Easter holidays, so yeah, welcome back, welcome back. You say I, but I couldn't even come close to that. Everyone can do it. I just happen to put this amount of time. Mm-hmm. 70 on that one. Maybe 80. 80? Alright. What else am I missing? What else? Are we gook? Are we gook? Actually. It's kind of bothering me a little bit. Lack of curvy to it. There we go. Okay then. Mm. Mm? Oh. Mm. Oh my god, I forgot to change the hair color. See? I didn't pay attention on this one. It's also a hair. Double checking is important, chat. Hmm. Nose. Shit, the hair's kind of in the way. It's supposed to be like right here. How do I do this? I guess like that. I don't know. Shit. Yeah, it's fuck. The nose placement is actually right here. Well, it's not adding it. Hey? Where's the shading? Oh, wait, what? Hey. Where the fuck is the shading layer? Oh my god, actually drag it down. Okay, there we go. There we go. All right. Okay. We gooch. Dunzo, dunzo. Did I put my tingy ting? I kind of want to do a new way to put signature. Maybe something a little bit different. I'm not sure how just yet. Do 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 do. Be do be do beep beep beep. Are you gay? Why are you gay? I think we'll rock this for now. Wait, where the fuck is the shit? That's why you guys should always name your layer. Which one is the fucking signature? Oh, there it is. God damn. There we go. Okay. Dunzo. Let me just explore the bada bing, bada boom. Then we'll do some React Candy, brother. I could do more, but this is good enough. This is gook enough. Just upload it real quick. If you guys want to see more of my drawing stuff, I always upload everything I draw on Twitter. Twitter.com/raddtrap, or you can go scroll down in the panel down below. Bada bing, bada boom. You can check all that stuff over there. Do follow me. Do follow me if you like what you see. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Mm. Kablam! Dunzo. There you go. If you want to see the HD version, that is the link. Oh my god! Woo! 5 hours, goddamn. Finally react? Yeah. Might as well since I need to eat as well. Perfect timing, actually. What do you guys think about the blue hair color for her? I'm kind of... This is actually my first time giving her hair color. Because previously I always color these two in black and white. And only give her eye color. I kind of like it, but we'll see, I guess, over the time. We're gonna go for it. With this type of it, I'll definitely if you tab. This is very impressive. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Much love. Take it easy, dude. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you. Okay. Let's see. FTT. Alright, link it up. People. Break time. Need to eat as well. Oh my god. What is hell?
Ipa Pilipino goes to Hogwarts.
Too bad Gara's already asleep. I already like it. Awesome, hold up. Fitta helvete. God, my keyboard's so fucking huge. Just like my day. Why did game change my eyes to red? What? What do you mean? Oh my god, chat! Forgot about the fucking stalking. Yo. Ugh. Oh my god. Hold up. None of you guys know this either, right? Bro. It's a bunny sweet. No. It's kind of forcing it. Hold up. Let me just add it real quick. Hold up. It's fast. It's crucial, chat. It's crucial. I'm gonna make this multiply so it burns in through the skin color. There we go. See? Done. Sure, it would be more cooler if I add the net looks, but eh. I think I kind of know where the reference is coming from now. Monka Giga. I actually have like 5 different bunny girls reference open in my second monitor right now. So yeah. Hey, Nani? Okay. All right. Then again, this is very typical though. Very basic. All right, re-upload time. This always happens, by the way. This is what happened if you're a Twitter artist. It was gonna go back and forth. You upload, you see it, you notice, ah fuck, I missed something. You delete it, re-upload, bada bing, bada boom. Oh no, you guys already started liking it. Hold up, hold up. Easter Bunny. Alright, there we go. Alright, like this one, please, thank you. Re-like it. I fucked up, I fucked up. Alright. Now we donezo. Nope. No! By the way, if you haven't followed me on Twitter, by the way, I upload all my drawings over there. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Alright, video time, video time. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Kablam. Kablam, kablam, kabloom. Alright. Let me just take my food real quick. Follow me on socials. Like my drawings. If you some says if you like raddtrap's drawing, you'll get 10 girlfriend at the same time. Isn't that crazy? Wow. Real and true. You'll get 10 different DMs from 10 different person, and someone will knock on your door and window tonight, midnight. Careful, lock your door, careful, don't look behind. Lock your door. Lock your door, careful. Alright. First video, we got, why do Sekiro's enemies even fight him?
Video sponsored by Activision, because, like, yeah, it's an Activision game.
Did you hear about the new regulations?
No, I haven't. Well, apparently first wave guards aren't allowed to carry weapons anymore, which is why we're unarmed today. I did find it kind of weird that we don't have weapons right now, when we usually always do. Yep, completely unarmed. In fact, if somebody was listening to us and wanted to exploit our weakness, we'd be completely helpless. Yes. Perhaps we shouldn't be talking about this so loudly then. Nah, I wouldn't worry about it. We're completely safe behind these fortress walls.
No, my dad, no, we're not safe. We're not safe.
I don't have anything.
Run away, stupid.
I don't. Huh?
Call for reinforcements.
What?
Reinforcements, please.
Look at him. He's trying. Stop trying to break my posture. Man, I don't have weapons. Man.
No, oh my God, run away, you idiot. No, please, no.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, how are you doing? My money, my hard-earned money, I earned that. I worked for that.
What are you doing?
Why?
Stop right there. Oh my God,
What are you doing? That attack won't work on him.
Get out of the way.
No, I must have missed. Yes, I missed.
Broad boy.
You have a good day.
Good one.
Hey, what are you?
The hiding system.
Hey, what?
Okay, this is a good one.
You stay close to that wall, strange man.
Shit.
He's strong!
Oh my god. Good one. This is actually really funny. What the fuck? What is this? Caleb City. Holy shit. It's actually really good. Good one. Good video once again, Mr. Magma. Good video. Alright. Next one. Sekiro Metal Gear Rising mod. Oh. Gara got a video? Good night. Oh. What is this? Whoa, 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 whoa! Fuck Jesus. Okay, good one. Fuck you. Oh, okay. We're gonna watch that one first. This is, if a Filipino goes to Hogwarts, what the Filipino do?
If a Filipino goes to Hogwarts, what do the Filipino do? Oh my God, there's so many food. I will eat so much. Or like, where are the duster? Oh my goodness, this room is so dirty. Where are the dusters? Sorting hat? No. I go to where I go to Slytherin. I don't need any sorting hat. I just go to Slytherin. I know where I belong. There's so many snakes in my family. I don't need to. I know I'm a snake too. I'm going there.
Good one.
I'm so sorry. You want me to fly in the broom? You know that broom? That's where my mom used to hit me, you know? I don't want to ride on it. I got traumatized. Who shall not be named? That's probably my mother. You're welcome.
Follow Millie's hat if you want to watch it.
Good one. God damn it. Alright, next one. Sekiro Metal Gear Rising mod. This one I haven't seen. I didn't even know this is a thing. Oh!
I got in.
Oh wait! Yeah, that's actually accurate.
What is this?
Raiden also lost his left hand. Oh shit. Damn. They even have skin. Full Sekiro soundtrack replacement? That's really dedicated.
Okay. Let's dance.
Oh, you can even use Sam. That's cool. Okay. What the hell?
Adios, amigos.
Actually dedicated mod. I'll check it out. Maybe we can play it sometimes. I'm down. Looks good. Alright, next one. Elden Ring Asimi questline restored. A cut content.
Please wait,
Oh,
proud, tarnished warrior. Before you kill me, let me speak. I can aid you. Please, just hear me out. Thank you for listening. I am a Simi. My true form is that of a silver tear. I am a simple being who can assume the shapes of other living things. But now, I've gained knowledge. I speak and ponder and live in fear of death. Oh, mighty, tarnished warrior.
The
I
fuck?
beg of you, let me keep the life I've been granted. In exchange, I offer you power. Now, set your lips upon me and breathe in deep. I will live inside of you.
What?
And grant you strength untold.
What?
Onward to our glorious future, my host. My lord host, do you hear that? The sound of water.
Okay, no
The
wonder this
river
is a
that
cut
flows
content.
in my home, the eternal city.
She sticks with you.
Good lord host, I beg you. We must see the eternal city. To discover the ancient wonders of the stars.
Like, that's so
A
complicated.
wellspring of strength. My lord host, great lord host, may I ask something of you? A chalice is close by. The cradle of my kind. You should find the chalice and drink it dry. My lord host, I am terribly parched. The chalice will quench my thirst, rejuvenate my flesh, and allow me to grant you further strength. Please, my lord host.
Interesting.
It is my only desire. My lord host. Great lord host. A tear chalice lies in these lands too. Our mother chalice. Please, search out this
That's
most
so creepy,
sacred
though.
chalice. It's suffused with the blessed wonders of the stars. It will allow us to become a perfect whole. Now, Lord Host,
My Lord
please
Horse.
drink every last drop from the Mother Chalice, so that we may form a perfect whole. Are you awake? We've become a perfect whole. Oh my. Do not fret. I will follow in your footsteps, living only as you would have yourself.
That's kind of weird.
Oh, you found me. I had hoped you wouldn't. You could have become Elden Lord, and I could have become Sovereign Eternal, eventually, if you hadn't found me.
What is
We
Sovereign
both
Eternal?
could have been lords. My apologies, Lord Host. I will take the throne. I'm dying. So this is fear. I'm
That
glad, my Lord Host
that explains the mimic tier.
of Lords.
Wow. Okay, that's very interesting. That interesting. I do think that the only reason, well, maybe not the only reason, but the biggest reason why they didn't keep this in the game is because having an NPC that sticks around with you but doesn't have a physics or a physical body would be really challenging to make it triggers in some way, because in Elden Ring every every dialogue's encountered is, you know, because you encounter the NPC. Probably would be really gonna make things a little bit more complicated if you summoned it. I don't know. That's my guess though. Interesting. That would be really cool though. That would be actually really cool. They actually managed to add it properly. Holy shit. Cool shit. Damn. More interesting CUD content. I wonder why there's so many CUD content that they leave in the game though, rather than just like pull it out. I wonder if they're just like too like don't care about it, or they just like for future convenience maybe, if they happen to like just want to add it. But I don't know. Kind of interesting. Alright, cool video. I always thought getting the mimic from a chest was a rush decision. I never really thought about it because I just feel like it's a whatever. Like what's the word? Like, you know, oh, you see a lot of fucking silver tier everywhere, and one of the chests have a silver mimic tier. Just kind of like, ugh, kind of like makes sense. Sorry. All right. Next one we got Daily Dose. It was uploaded yesterday. Oh.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. This is probably the most insane leg cramp you'll ever see.
Ah, fuck. Eh. Ooh! What the fuck is like venom?
How many genders are there?
I don't know. I just got here.
I guess we're living in the future now because this police officer pulled over a car that had no driver and he wasn't really sure what to do. The car kept driving away and the police had to keep chasing it down.
That's...
Oh my god, I have to watch this.
This guy asked strangers if they could hold his hand while crossing the street.
That's cute.
Alright, see ya.
Shanghai, China
That's
is
just
currently
wholesome.
under another lockdown, and this is how they are telling people to stay indoors.
What the fuck?
Man, so check this out.
All right.
Got into an accident. Somebody did a hit and run. They left the scene. But then we checked the wreckage. We got this man's license plate.
Oh.
Now what?
Dubs. Hell yeah.
Aww. This paraglider pulled off a really smooth move.
It's cute. Okay, dude. Good one. What the f...
So this is kind of weird.
Okay.
One of my subscribers found out that they can launch objects using a muscle in their ankle.
Oh, Indonesian. What the f...
How would you like to game or watch movies on something like this?
Hold up. Wait, how?
That they can launch objects using a muscle in their ankle.
Oh, do you hear that?
They can launch objects using a muscle in their ankle.
Ugh. Oh god.
How would you like to game or watch movies on something like this?
Oh, nausea. Jesus Christ. Probably cool, but goddamn. Hey.
That is the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Ooh. That's scary. Alright. Good video. Yay. Was that it? think that is all, people. I think that is all. There's not much things going on. Goddamn. We're gonna be lacking some new games and stuff the next couple months, Sag. No more new trailers to react to and shit. Pepe Haynes. Oh, never mind. Lukey. Oh shit. Okay, I found some new shit. Hold up.
Stray Bla-
Oh my god. The fuck? Skip the wholesome one? Oh yeah. Sorry about that. Alright. Hold up. Escapist? Is this oh yeah, okay. I forgot his name. ZP. Zero punctuation. Okay. Alright, this is a trailer called Hell Is Us. Ooh, rated M.
We shared land and history. But their lies intoxicated you. You burned our homes and slaughtered our families. No longer am I frozen in terror, grief, and rage. Now all I feel is the ecstasy of revenge. Grief and rage. The ecstasy of revenge.
What the fuck?
Terror, all I feel.
Okay. What the fuck is going on? Why do I get Death Stranding vibe? Whoa, wait. Souls-like? That's a sexy looking sword. Let me have war, say it. It exceeds peace as far as day does night. Sprightly, waking, audible at a full event. Peace is very complex. Hell Is Us. Rope Factor. Is there no gameplay? Because that sword is very sexy. Ah, no gameplay. Damn. Look at that sword. Holy shit, hold up. It's like it looks like a corrupted moonlight greatsword. That's an amazing logo design. True. I don't know. I never heard of Rogue Factor. But this screams Souls-like for me. For some reason. Oh my god. Can you guys hear that? Hell Is Us is set in a semi-open world where the main character sets out to learn more about his past in a country ravaged by civil war. Okay, we don't know anything about it. Montreal-based game studio. Oh, it's a brand new company. Looking good. It's in Unreal Engine 5 as well. The brand new engine. Interesting. Okay. What's this? Oh, Asian parents who whoop
The
their
next
kids.
psychological punishment is called turn everything into a lesson. Literally, everything. Dad, I'm going to school. I remember going to school. I remember putting on my shoes once. I remember drinking water once. I remember sleeping once. I remember pooping once. Very important lesson. Listen. Bonus is even more effective if the lesson make no sense. I remember that your uncle skipped school once. Now he's fat. How does that finally we have our fan favorite, the wooden spoon. We start off with a special bonus. You can even use it to cook soup. I didn't know till I was 35. See, the wooden spoon is very deceptive, okay? It's small and light, but when you have mass you can swing at one end. It's effectively a hammer. Oh my god, it actually worked. When your son gets 99% in math, hold out the hand, he won't be able to use that hand. The next psychological punishment
won't be able to
use
Jesus Christ, man. Too real. Jesus. I'm shaking an Asian. God damn it. Good one, good one. Alright, next video is another trailer called Stray Blade. Official combat trailer. What this is.
Stray Blade.
Okay, they already...
Welcome back to Akria.
I already don't like this.
This second combat trailer will take you even deeper into the world of Stray Blade. First of all, let's wrap up Stray Blade's combat system. Different weapons allow different ways to engage in combat. Dual wield, two-handed, or the classic shield and sword. There is always a new finisher to discover.
I mean, it looks pretty cool.
On top of that, you guessed it, a clean, sleek dodging system.
Okay.
Now it's time to introduce you to your ever-trusty companion, Boji. He will guide you through the ancient valley of Akria, be it through his wit or his magical powers. The bond between you and your little companion is crucial, as he will be the one helping you out of tricky situations. You see, death is inevitable, so you need to make sure Boji is around when things go sour. He will try his best at keeping you alive, occasionally reviving you when you thought the battle was already lost. Although he is well versed in the arts of magic, Boji is not afraid to get physical.
What?
He will
Okay.
pounce at enemies, giving you a window of opportunity to fight immediate threats. Boji is a cunning scholar. By throwing your enemies off balance, he'll give you a brief opening, allowing you to deliver an opportunistic backstab.
It's like a... I don't want to be rude, but it's... The ads feels like a mobile game.
To the fullest.
But obviously it's
Blasting your
not,
enemies
but...
with magical shockwaves, scattering them around, and giving you multiple opportunities to get into the action. Stay tuned for more updates, and be one of the first to explore Akria by adding Stray Blade to your wish list.
If Raid Shadow Legend it had actual gameplay.
Come
Yes
and
and
join
no.
Raid Shadow Legends.
It's aight. It's aight. The hell it says still looks more interesting. Alright. Next one we got Stranger of Paradise Final Fantasy Origin Review by ZP or Zero Punctuation. I'm gonna be honest, it looks like old shitty Western RPG game. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Oh.
I've mentioned before I like to go into a game knowing very little about it. That was easy this week, because I can still barely remember the fucking title of Stranger of Paradise. Even now I'm going to have to look that up to double check it wasn't Stranger in Paradise or Stranger to Paradise, lest I earn the wrath of the preposition police. But anyway, the review code came down and I said, ooh, what's this game? And then 2 hours later I said it again with a different inflection. Ugh, what is this game? The sort of tone of voice a doctor would use if they were looking at your endoscopy video and saw something with rudimentary legs and bat wings. The second half of the title might fill in some blanks. Final Fantasy Origin. The implication being that this game depicts the starting point for everything that the Final Fantasy series has done and been over the years. And you know something, viewer, if that is the case, then it would fucking explain a lot. In defiance of that, however, it's not a turn-based RPG or even one of those hybrid systems I always hate because they're like trying to kick a giant scorpion to death while programming the microwave, but a hack-and-slash dungeon crawler that's a little bit Souls-like. Ooh, you were late for this bandwagon Final Fantasy. You're gonna have to sit at the back with the tambourine players. It's called Final Fantasy Origin because it's a retelling of Final Fantasy 1. Ostensibly. I mean, a lot of things happen that are reminiscent of stuff from that game, but they're like the glimpses of distant land you see while adrift in an ocean of sick. The plot concerns an extremely angry man named Jack, who is on a quest to defeat chaos, although whether he means the entire concept of chaos or a specific person or monster by that name, even he seems to be unclear on, none of which lessens the single-minded fervor with which he pursues his goal, angrily asking every boss monster he meets if they're chaos, and cutting every conversation with friendly NPCs short if they don't speedily provide Chaos's last known residential address. Not that Jack is incapable of relationships, because he comes with 2 sidekicks named Ash and Jed, who he met on the bus or something, when they all turned out to be carrying glowing rocks. I guess I assumed the 4 Light Warriors and Final Fantasy 1 came together over slightly more epic circumstances than meeting up through glowing rock Tinder. Anyway, in the prologue of Final Fantasy 1, the 4 Light Warriors travel to a nearby castle to rescue the kidnapped Princess Sarah from the corrupted Knight Garland. And Stranger on Top of Paradise seems to be doing pretty much the same thing until you defeat Garland at the end of the first dungeon, at which point Garland transforms into a girl wearing nothing but a basketball jersey, who explains that she was also on a quest to defeat Chaos but decided Chaos didn't exist and so prayed to Chaos to become Chaos and get defeated, but now she's been defeated so she's failed somehow. And that specifically was the first moment that made me wonder what the fuck this game was drivelling on about. By no means the last. She joins the party and it turns out her name's Neon. Aha, I said. Jack, Ash, Jed and Neon. Is this a clever riff on how the original game would only allow you to enter names a maximum of 4 letters long? Possibly. Anyway, here's your 5th party member, Sophia. Well, fuck you, game. Incomprehensible is a pretty strong word. There's a lot about the story you're just not told from the outset, so perhaps more context would help, but it does feel kind of like every character spends every dialogue scene standing around spouting meaningless garbage at each other. And this game certainly likes dialogue scenes. It forgot the all-important rule of show, don't talk complete bollocks. The 4 Light Warriors gather in the throne room of a king who looks like he doesn't so much get dressed as upholstered, and he tasks them to purify the 4 elemental crystals. So they do that, and then come back to the throne room where the same king, who hasn't moved, says, "What have you done? The apocalypse is happening," just off screen. If you don't believe me, ask this mob of angry townsfolk consisting of 10 copy-pastes of the same dude. Would I be right in assuming that Stranger in the Vicinity of Paradise got cut down a bit during development? I assume it was going to have a full-on overworld with towns you can explore full of NPCs that all drivel out one utterly banal sentence when you press on their heads.
Classic.
And all that got cut because the final game is a linear sequence of combat dungeons and cutscenes that you pick from a fucking menu that they drew a map on so you can pretend it's an overworld. And I guess they'd already written the NPC dialogue because rather than let it go to waste, they stuck a sub-menu at the bottom of the map screen where you can click a name on a list to get subjected to one of the copy-pasted townsfolk making an insipid observation on the current state of the plot. Very useful feature if you happen to have breast cancer and will only survive by boring your own tits off. The budget cuts also hit the combat dungeons to an extent because so much of them consist of copy-pasted identical corridors. I was constantly getting turned around and confused. If you want to know where all the money did go, I'd bet on the weapons and armor department. You are constantly being showered with new equipment, every piece of which is lovingly designed and attached to your character model even in cutscenes, ensuring that the Light Warriors constantly look like they're going to a costume party as the donation bin in front of a second-hand kitchenware. I wonder if the people doing the face animation for cutscenes knew that the cast would be wearing full face masks most of the time. I further wonder if the armor department's coffee machine ever didn't contain piss. Oh, the combat, yeah, whatever, it's fine. Light attack, heavy attack, dodge, block, other better kind of block that fuels your special attacks. There's a very Final Fantasy-esque job system that creates the usual paradox. You pick your favorite job, max out its level to make it as effective as possible, then you don't want to fucking use it anymore because all the shittier jobs need leveling up as well. But combat clicked a little better after I unlocked a few tier 3 jobs and made the conscious decision to stop giving a shit. I mean, all the mage jobs are awful because using the spellcasting interface in the heat of battle is like parallel parking a hippo with a dodgy gearbox. You also have 2 NPC sidekicks. The whole plot revolves around the world being saved by 4 Light Warriors, but they were probably hoping we wouldn't point that out. So you pick 2 out of your 4 NPC pals and it really doesn't fucking matter which. You can't control them and they're all equally effective at being meat pinatas for the enemies to hit instead of you. Having said that, they did have some useful advice in the boss fight with the undead dragon that kept poisoning me. They said, "You'd better cure that poison." Except there is no way to cure poison. I checked. No spells will do it, and the only consumables are the 5 health potions that get refilled at checkpoints. So unless there's a juice cleanse enema clinic on the other side of the arena that I never noticed. I don't know what they're on about. Another thing that got cut, I assume. So all in all, I wouldn't recommend Stranger along the lines of Paradise. Square Enix, who on earth would buy something with so much of it so blatantly missing? Seriously, do you know? I'm trying to find a buyer for my old underpants.
Yikes. I mean, dude, recently Square Enix has been messing around. Like, I don't understand what they're actually trying to do. Very... just very... I don't know. I feel like there's something going on inside the company. They just kind of going haywire or some shit like that. I don't know, dude. They've been fucking up a lot lately for the past couple months, almost a year by now, I guess. Especially with the, what's that called? That game, Babylon's Fall. That one's, that's, unfortunately though, I feel like that one's gonna hurt Platinum Games as well. Even though we all know Platinum Games make good games, like, you know, Nier series, Metal Gear's Rising, you know. So I kind of feel bad for them because of that, because yeah, a lot of people still mention that, oh, Platinum Games make this. How can they so fucked up? Like, you know, I don't know. Tetsuya Nomura is on a spree, that's for sure. I guess we'll see what's gonna happen with Kingdom Hearts 4.
Hey, breaking news.
Okay. Next one is Saint's video. The Elden Ring community is absolutely amazing.
Hey, breaking news. I have something positive to say about the gaming industry and the gaming community. Review, I'm not being negative today, USA. Skip it up and that up. So I know in the grand scheme of things, people are like, Rich, I have 300 hours in this game. But for a person who has 3 kids and limited time, I have found a way to put over 50 hours into Elden Ring. And I can't stop playing.
Hey.
Now, okay, Rich, everyone's loving the game. What's the big deal about that? In and of itself, it's not. But the reason why I was able to get into Elden Ring is because of the absolutely amazing community around it. I'm not kidding. This isn't a troll. This isn't me trying to blow smoke. I was pretty amazed. Now, for those of you who don't know or haven't watched, I have a secondary live stream channel called RTU Streams, link below in the description. You're damn right, that's a shameless plug. And I have been playing Elden Ring on there. Now, it's interesting, the story with Elden Ring, let me start off with this, is that it started with a tickled man that I will not mention. He's not a great person, and it was on his vitriol that he had towards the Elden Ring community where he told them to harm themselves. That's initially what had me talk.
I think it's the guy from yesterday. Okay, you don't have to. Yeah, it's that guy.
Talking about Elden Ring. And then my editor turned around and said, hey, in the beginning I was saying that Elden Ring should have a somewhat easier mode. Not an easy mode, but an easier mode, because I played Souls games before, and that was my take. Like, I played them for a couple hours, I would die a bunch of times, say, oh, this isn't, I love it, but I don't have the time for this isn't for me, and then I moved on. Well, it was my editor that turned around to me and said, I don't agree with you. I don't think Elden Ring should have a more accessible mode. You think that? Let's make a debate video. And in the end, due to the community who taught me how to play, who taught me where to find secrets in the game, who taught me how to level up, who taught me all of, I think the term is the ropes of Elden Ring, I stopped agreeing with that. It didn't need an easier mode. And it was all the help that the community gave me that allowed me to get better at the game.
That's cool.
For example, with the first major boss you encounter, Margit the Fell Omen, it was the community that told me that I should get the wolf summons because they help distract Margit. And you also get Roger, I believe. You could summon them as well to help. So you get the wolves and Roger. Some people may consider it cheesing. I consider it an old man playing a game that's out of his league. And it was because of the hints that the community gave me and how positive they were that I beat Margit. Godric the Grafted, same thing. I got another summons there, and I used that to beat Godric the Grafted, who was actually, in my opinion, easier than Margit the Fell Omen.
True.
I still hold to that. Godric was actually much easier. And Renala, Queen of the Full Moon, it's such a beautiful boss where she has these underlings of hers singing, and it's like a really, like, I just wanted to sit there and just keep dying, even though I did die at the boss, not because I just sat there. She's tough, but I've never seen anything like that. It's truly an experience that I'll never forget, and I could safely say right now that Elden Ring is going to be probably my favorite game of the 9th generation, kind of like how Dying Light was my favorite game of the 8th generation. And what's funny is, with Dying Light, I was kind of in the same position when I first played it. Elden Ring, when you first leave the cave, you go out and you see the Horse Sentinel, and you're in this big open world, and that From Software intimidation takes over, and I'm like, why am I even trying this game? You know what's going to happen. I'm going to get my ass kicked. I'm going to get it handed to me. But it was the community. It was like, Rich, you always say you think of the Soul series as as a spiritual successor to Castlevania. Give it a chance. We'll help you.
Castlevania?
And the community did. I mean, yeah, there's dumb things like last night I maybe had one too many edibles, and everyone's like, hey, Rich, go to the lake. That's where you're supposed to go to fight the next boss and the next dungeon. And there's a big giant lake there, and I didn't see it because I'm a moron. And everyone's like, oh, Jesus Christ, Rich, you have no sense of direction, which I don't. But that's the thing. Instead of the community talking down to me, which they didn't at all, they're like, Rich, we'll help you. And they did. And the reason I was able to get through these bosses, and the reason why I can't put Elden Ring down, is because of all the positivity and support. And here I am going to areas like Caelid.
That's cool.
It's scary, and these giant wolves that are there that'll kick your ass. And there was someone else, too, shout out to them, who said, hey, Rich, there's a dragon that's sleeping. I believe it was in Caelid. If I'm wrong about that, well, it doesn't really matter. You just keep swinging a sword at its ass, or a Morning Star, and it'll give you 100,000 runes, which I screwed up, only got 75,000 because I didn't use the gold pickled foot at the right time, but that's still a hell of a lot of runes. And that was on Twitter, too, and I just absolutely love it, man. And it's because of the community around Elden Ring that it allowed me to experience a game that I never thought in my lifetime I would experience. And to everyone out there who helped me have this incredible journey in Elden Ring, thank all of you.
Damn.
It's amazing, and I'm going to continue to keep playing it. As a matter of fact, I'm sure I'll play some more either tonight or tomorrow on live stream.
It's nice.
Everyone out there who keeps on saying that the community is nothing but negative, look, there's a bunch of negative stuff that happens in the industry.
True.
I don't think you could blame anybody for calling it out, whether it be me or the community in and of itself. But the community is full of a lot of very good people, and this is proof of that. So everyone always trying to say that everyone's always negative, here is evidence right here that it's not true. And if I can get into Elden Ring, the spaz that I am, if you're thinking it's too intimidating for you, you can too. I'm not sponsored by From Software. I have no ties to them, but this game is something I'll never forget. That's how incredible it is. And this is coming from a person who didn't even care about it in the beginning. So I have to thank Tickled Men for having really terrible takes and wishing harm on the community for indirectly getting me into what may be my favorite game of all time.
Oh, shit.
Who would have saw that coming? And a huge shout out to the Elden Ring community for allowing me to get into this experience, helping me and supporting me. I can't thank them enough. This is Rich of Review Tech USA signing out. Have a good one.
Wholesome. God damn, that's so wholesome. Holy shit. That's cute. Good shit, good shit. I mean, I think the reason why he make this video is because, well, other than that, you know, the Tickled Man guy, I think it's also because how the Souls community is notoriously known to be toxic and like very gatekeeping. It's like, oh, you use summons to fight this boss? Oh my god, you're so bad, man. Like yeah, those minor loud people, which is not wrong. There are a lot of people in the community like that, but you know, they're more like a loud minority kind of thing. They're still there, but no one really care about them. Let's be honest. You know, like it's a game that you can play however you want. It's a role-playing game, for fuck's sake. There's a fucking magic where you can just blast a fucking boss in like fucking 5 seconds. I forget what it's called. The fucking laser beam shit. It's possible. It's a fucking RPG game. Play however you want to play it. And don't fucking gatekeep new people or people who play differently. You know what I mean? That's the best part about a fucking RPG game. You can play it however you want. Fuck it. You summon because you need them. You summon because I have crush on Tish. We're not the same. Fair enough. Alright. Okay. I want us to check out this 2 trailers, Apex Legend and Overwatch. I know. But both of them are event and gameplay trailer, so you know, the new hero. Check it out.
Soldier, engaging.
Oh, Overwatch 2.
The world could always use more heroes. If only it were that easy. After all, heroes aren't born. They're made.
They're looking good.
Attack with me! Not on my watch.
It's like a machine gun.
I cannot be stopped. Canadian hospitality.
Wait.
Enemy forces incoming. Soldier, engage.
Is it like a railgun?
Coming through.
Ooh, the slide's kind of sexy.
Disrupted. Breaking them down. Nice work, team. Keep it moving.
Oh yeah, it is a railgun.
We're playing by my rules. Railgun powered and ready to fight. Now or never.
Collateral.
Never tell me the odds. I already know them.
It is a very Quake hero. She can slide, got a railgun. Interesting. Huh, okay. I mean, pretty basic. Nothing crazy, but kind of like it. Alright. Next one, Apex Legend. Unshackled then. Not sure what this is.
That's enough buzzing about. You belong on the ground.
What a kid!
Knock, knock. I'm here.
You're not alone.
Your skin suits and you're whining.
Always trying to bring me down to your level.
It's a new game mode?
Try not to blink.
Or just skins?
I know more than you'll ever know.
Limited time modes. Regenerate health and shield. Huh? Okay, battle pass stuff.
It's zipline time. Enemy drone here. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, friend. It's time to knuckle down. Hey! Wait, I should have said the gloves are coming off.
Ahaha. Okay, it's just another battle pass. I thought it's some new shit or something. Alright. Never mind. Okay, last one. Now this one I actually saw this like yesterday, but I want to save it for today because it's one of my favorite boy on YouTube.
Childhood.
Yeah.
Childhood. What's the deal with children? Is this a child? If children are the future, how come they never see it coming? Rain. One day you will save Gotham. And how come they always get to be on the milk carton? I want a turn. Free candy? I want some. Aha, I got one. Give me all your NFTs. This must be their lair. There's got to be some MILFs around here somewhere.
Oh my god.
I want some more.
More?
More?
Certainly. Have all of the NFTs you can eat. All this and more on this episode of In the
So, internet historian, I see you are in the field for the 12th time. Would you like to explain that for us?
Oh, yes. Well, you see, I can't get the main channel video finished. And so I just keep pumping these out.
And so why is that? Interesting. And it has nothing to do with the fact that you were recently found to be the world's gayest man third year running?
Oh, not again. No, everyone's coming out from behind the curtains. Put the cake away. We're not doing this again. I'm not putting on the hat.
But really, man, congratulations. I know you've been gunning for that.
Do I read my speech? I did prepare this.
Please, go.
Yeah, okay.
So the camera's right there.
I want to thank my parents, Jesus. I want to thank the Academy. Of course, my biggest inspiration, my muse. Many kudos. I learned from the best.
I'm shining down on you like Mufasa.
Yeah, I mean, if he was still alive today, surely he would have won this award, but I'm still grateful to accept it on his behalf.
Shit.
What's the closest you've come to dying?
I fell off a cliff. Okay. I think I must have been about 12. I was there with my mate, and I fell off it. The thing that sort of saved me was I fell through a tree.
Oh,
all the way down to the ground. And I was like, oh. And then I sort of stood up, and I was like, oh, I'm not dead. I really feel like I should be dead.
Yeah.
I looked up, and I was like, holy shit, that was a long way. My mate saw some of it happen, and he comes like running down. He's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? And then I'm like in this state of shock.
Sure.
I'm like, oh, can we just go get like an ice cream at the dairy? We walk down to this dairy and we get an ice cream each. We start walking back and then the shock wears off.
Yeah.
And I just start crying.
Oh, sure.
No. Yeah, that must have been like doubly weird for him.
Is your ice cream not nice? we can swap, man. It's fine. I fell into a wet hole, which would have been like a very nice, like cyclical way of having a life.
Yeah.
I was like 3. That has to be one of my earliest memories.
Oh, that's when you snapped into consciousness.
Yeah, I guess this is the moment where I was plugged into the Matrix finally. It was out in the country with this really large like property, and Dad had been digging these like holes to plant trees in, and they were really deep holes.
Right.
Really wide and really deep holes. I get
a lot of bodies.
Yeah, that too. I was meant to be one of them, I think. But it had rained the day before. And so these holes that Dad had dug were now full of water. 3-year-old me waddling around like, this is great. I don't know what happened. I lost my footing and I slipped into this tree hole.
Oh my
I don't know
God.
whether or not I would have actually drowned, or if it was one of the things, if I actually just like relaxed, my feet would have landed on the ground. But in my toddler brain, I was like, I don't know how to swim. I'm in a body of water and I need to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
So I just remember screaming my lungs out, and I have a vivid memory of grasping at dirt and grass, like
Jesus
on the edge of the
Christ.
thing, desperately trying to pull myself out of this watery grave. And my dad, like, thankfully heard and sprinted down and, like, you know, yoinked me out of the hole. And then I think he spanked me for being an idiot and falling in the hole, which is like, come on, Dad, I've already learned my lesson.
I love Gara. I gotcha.
Did you ever go to a school formal?
Yeah, I was a nerd. So that sort of stuff is pretty uneventful to me. I went to the first one, but I don't like to dance.
Yeah.
And so
I went to quite a few.
Many kudos went to mini
like,
formals.
No, stop.
We should start calling them mini formals.
Well, here's the only thing I remember out of every formal I went to, my entire high school experience, was going to the bathroom.
I actually don't have prom, now that I remember.
And the one in the middle was free. And as I go in, these 2 dudes come out of the 2 toilets flanking it. And they're like, do you want to race us? And I was like, no. And then they're like, oh, and they closed the door and then they started like, just, I could see who could shit the quickest.
That's memories.
That's the only thing I remember from any formal.
Oh, shit. Thank you.
Did you ever get the... condom talk or
I
the?
think my dad, like, sort of tried to have that conversation with me. I think he just wanted to say, you know, look, if you had any questions, it's like, it's fine. I'll just Google it.
I think I was like 14 and I was sitting on the computer just chilling, and Mum like came over and she's like, she had like a like a banana and cucumber, and she's like,
right, I can picture it.
We need to do this, and I was like, Mum, I've already learned it. I'm not doing this.
So she sat down on the couch, right? She's lit a couple of candles.
Okay, no candles, midday. It was very neutral. I was sitting at my computer, probably playing World of Warcraft.
Right.
No, you don't want to, but we need to do this. And I saw the banana or whatever it was and the condom, and I was like,
oh my god! So she put the condom in her mouth, and then
no,
what?
Stop! Didn't happen. Let's just say maybe I wish I had learnt it again, because that could have been helpful down the line.
Why? What happened? You put condoms on bananas?
Well, I was putting them on my balls a lot. Turns out it's like completely the wrong place.
I like the idea that you get home from the grocery and you've got this bowl full of bananas in the kitchen. You go, all right, well, I've got to keep them fresh. And so you get out your pack of condoms, as my mum taught me to do.
These banana wrappers are great. I like the flavored ones. It imparts a nice chocolate flavor to the banana.
Makes them real slippery though. Ad head time. My name's Nordman. Welcome to a day in my life. Hey. Gotta wake up early, 2 a.m. Nord's got servers in every time zone, so you gotta be on the clock if you want to compete. Cold brew for breakfast. Air shower. Rub my teeth with some Himalayan salt. I'm ready to begin the day. Before I head to the gym, I shop around on my phone. Using Nord, I get savings on region-specific pricing. That's a tip.
Wow.
Stay rich. While I'm at the gym, I do sponsor reads. How about Nord? One take. Threat protection. Take your security to the next level. Blocks malware, trackers, and ads. Don't just invest in the product, invest in the company. Don't mind that, it's just my Nord FT. Nord can also do this. That's one thing they won't teach you in business school. Stay wealthy. But the most important thing, knowledge. Read at least one book per day. Of course, it all makes sense. 3 p.m. Time to shoot my podcast. All right, peasants, here's how to be an alpha. Sorry, no monies. Looks like the podcast is region locked. To view it, you're gonna have NordVPN, or, God forbid, live in Mexico. 6 p.m. Time for business. What's up, Jeff? How's the wife? Just heard about Amazon. Think it could be something big. You give me some stock and I'll give you a 2-year plan with a free bonus.
Wow.
Well, he must have got disconnected. Now for a good night's rest. And we do it all over tomorrow. Go to nordvpn.com/incognito to get a huge deal on a 2-year plan, plus a free bonus month, plus also that threat protection thing. Add over.
Search how is Babby formed.
Fertilization. This is ridiculous.
How come this channel can show cum?
But you get demonetized.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Susan. Isn't it crazy that every one of us did this?
Okay, so it goes into the end of what looks like a grape.
The grape surgery.
This is it all grown up now. Do you feel old yet?
Shut up.
On their journey toward the egg. However, resident cells from the woman's immune system, mistaking the sperm for foreign invaders, destroy thousands more.
Jesus.
Yeah, then they put on a stupid wig.
Next, half the sperm head for the empty fallopian tube, while the other half swim toward the tube.
Shit, we're
containing
learning.
The unfertilized
Take notes,
egg.
chat. Take notes.
Some sperm get trapped in the cilia and die.
It's just a saw trap.
At long last, the sperm reach the egg.
So we get to the egg. All right, at least this is going to be simple, right?
That is not how I imagine the egg.
No, I thought it was like a big one sort of thing with just a skin on the outside, like a lychee.
yeah, exactly. This looks like a subaquatic plant.
They're called creep vines.
Oh, shit, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Covered with a layer of cells called the corona radiata.
Oh, don't call it that.
The outer layer of the egg, the zona pellucida.
Zona pellucida. It's like
He's making shit up now.
The Zona pellucida of 1999 is the best damn concert I ever went to.
I'm getting like survivor's guilt from like the millions of sperm that died in really comical ways.
When we edit this, we'll have it with like a bunch of and
Can
like...
you put rage faces on all them as well?
Perfect.
It just feels like it's full of all these comical Looney Tunes traps. Like even the part where half of them got the wrong tube.
Yeah.
It's like egg this way, done in like rough paint on like a wooden sign.
Which triggers their acrosomes to release digestive enzymes.
What the fuck?
The first sperm to make contact will fertilize the egg.
So what you're trying to say is that the pussy is kind of like the OG Squid Game. Because this dude had to fight everyone else through a series of wacky trials.
Oh yeah, no, it's true, because at the end he gets a daft haircut, remember?
Yeah. That was the dumbest part of Squid
Joins
Game.
BTS or whatever the fuck's going on there.
The tightly packed
I remember
genetic
that show.
material spreads out.
And it just goes, oh, I don't know. All the spaghetti in its pockets just start falling everywhere.
Oh jeez, I'm so sorry.
The female genetic material, awakened by the fusion of the...
Like, what is this? Is this like 2 AA batteries? What is... I don't even know what's happening.
This looks like in Majora's Mask when you play the Song of Time and go back in time.
Oh yeah, they ripped that one off. Yeah, now we're going to use these massive strings to pull you together. What? Who designed this?
This is like a Final Fantasy move or something. This is like a summon.
Growing and maturing for the next...
Elden Ring boss.
Yeah, so if anyone asks you, how was Babby formed? It's as simple as that.
There you go.
One time, for some reason, I spent a week on a deer farm.
It's like a Simpsons bit.
Yeah, that's my childhood. It's like just different occupations every week. I must have been 9. It was run by this like elderly couple, and they had tons of deer. And the thing about deer is you have to have electric fences. Also, the fences have to be quite high because the deer leap. But also, electric fences have to be stronger than that for cattle, because they kick.
Right.
So they will kick the electric fences. The hooves don't conduct that well, and so you really want to have a strong voltage there. So it's not like a little, oh,
Jesus.
zap. It's like fork in the outlet sort of deal. So we're feeding these deer, buckets and buckets full of apples. I'm there with my sister and my mum, and my mum's like, grab the gate. And I go over to the gate, unlock it, and then I just suddenly wake
Oh
up
my
on the ground.
God. That's fun.
Ooh, I just start crying. Yeah, I just got shocked by this fucking thing, and then I just dropped like a rock. That whole time on the deer farm was pretty fraught with injury, to be honest, because like even when the guy was going around telling us about the deer, he's like, don't stand behind the deer because they will kick. And then as he's saying that, he's standing behind a fucking deer and it kicks him in the head. And he just goes down like a fucking sack of bricks. And we thought he was dead. And like, he's fine. Like, he just gets back up. But holy shit.
Was he like Sideshow Bob? He gets up in the exact same place and the deer just kicks him again and he just keeps like getting up again.
Holy shit.
Do you remember when you learnt why certain words were bad because you accidentally said them or did them in front of your parents?
Yes. When we were very young, the strongest swear word we knew, and if you said it, you would be in enormous trouble. Pain in the ass.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
Ass and damn and crap, like back when those used to be hot shit.
Crap. Wanker was like, so I didn't know what it meant. I'm like 10, maybe 11, something like that. I knew the word, so I was just going around like, such and such is wanker.
Yeah.
Such and such is wanker. And then eventually my mum turns to me and she goes, do you know what that word means? And I was like, no. Like really reluctantly saying, fine, no. And then she's like, it's someone who touches themselves.
Yo!
And then I was so embarrassed. I like never said it again. Oh no. Ruined everything.
I remember I was in the mall with my dad and I was just kind of like saying words to myself because you're a kid, I guess.
Saying words to myself because I'm a kid.
Yeah.
I think I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, go on.
I was going through all the words in my head I could come up that ended with anchor.
Oh no.
Tanker, banker. And then I just started going through all the other letters just to see if they sounded fun to say. And I said wanker out loud really bad. And I just remember my dad immediately snapped. He just turns, he says, never say that word again. And I was like, oh. And then I just said it on YouTube that 1 million people are going to see. So fuck you, Dad.
I'm a freshman at university. Bright-eyed, can't wait to attend my whatever the fuck lecture. I go to this class and I meet these two girls.
Ooh.
And one of them I really fancied and the other one I did not fancy all that much.
How come?
Anyway, we got along really well, the three of us, and we're sort of hanging out for a sort of couple hours after class, and then I thought, we'll trade numbers.
Mm-hmm.
So I got this girl's number.
Nice.
That was the girl A. Now, I wasn't interested in girl A very much. I was interested in girl B.
The girl B model.
We go off our own ways. And, I'm like, I want to text this girl B. So I send girl A this message. Hey, have you got girl B's number? And, trying to be really sly about it, but it's probably as fucking obvious as it can be.
Out of the way I go.
And she says something like, yeah, sure, hold on, I'm in class. And I also had class. So what I then proceeded to do, put my phone in my bag. But this is back in the day when phones had to be locked. This is buttons.
Yeah, analog. Anything and it can just push down a button.
Exactly. When you used to be able to text and drive really easily.
Bring that back.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Texting, driving, drinking.
So now, this particular phone had a very interesting quirk, which was that if you pressed the right button, it opens the menu. But if you press right again, it goes SMS. And then if you press right again, it goes new message. And if you press right again, it will go, oh, you must have finished with your message.
Oh, no.
It goes to contacts. So these names are in alphabetical order, right? And her name just happens to be first on that list.
Oh, no.
And then if you press right again, it will send. So I put my phone in my bag. And I don't know it, but the right-hand button is being pressed for the next hour and a half. And it's just looping blank messages to this girl. You've just met this guy at university. He's a bit of an unknown quantity. He has now just asked your friend for her number. And when he didn't get it, he has just sent you about 2,000 blank text messages with impatience. She must have had to turn off her phone or it's just going off like ding, 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 ding. I was like, oh, look at my phone again. And I'm like, oh my God, it's got 1,000 of 2,000 messages still to send. And I'm like, you can't cancel it. Like the whole phone is just going into paralysis with how many messages it has to send. And so eventually I'm just like, I'm pulling the battery off the back. Then I'm in this dilemma because it's like, you've now sent this girl 1,000 messages. Do you call her and say sorry? Do you send her another text message and say, sorry about that. I have this inexplicable problem.
She'd be like, what the fuck does that mean?
And so what I decided to do was nothing.
Oh, no.
I just never said anything about it and decided I sure hope I don't run into her again. And then about 2 days later, I get a message. The message has girl B's number in it. Like I still felt like I couldn't explain the situation, so I never did. And then I went on this like awkward, not quite date thing with girl B. For some reason, she agreed to meet up. Maybe I just forgot or something, but I never explained it to her either.
She went on a date with you because she was afraid of the same thing happening to her.
Yeah, I got to do this to save my friends. I'll never forget this. You do the same for me.
Okay, that's actually funny.
I'm trying to get some life insurance at the moment because I'm going to perish soon, probably.
Yeah.
They actually have a person come to your house now. You don't have to go to the doctors and do X, Y, Z. They'll just have a lady come to your house with a little suitcase. So she wheels it in. She comes into my office and she just starts taking blood. Like I'm sitting in my chair and I got a fucking needle in my arm. And she's draining all the blood from my body.
Thing?
And
I mean, you did consent to it, to be fair. You kind of made it sound like she just rocked up and sticked you.
But one thing I didn't know that I was signing for is they do a urine test as well.
Oh, stole your piss.
She hands me these 2 cups, fill one halfway and fill the other one full. And
that one's for me.
Yeah, she hands me a coffee mug and she goes, if there's any spare. I piss into these 2 cups and I thought it would go everywhere because I'm not very used to it.
I got a shotgun cock.
Yeah, very powerful stream. I had to hold it about 15 feet away. Anyway,
anyway, so do that. But then the worst part is, right, I thought, oh, she's going to put it in these like plastic bags and send it away to the labs. Nope, that's just what she's doing with the blood. She gets out this like fish water testing kit, and then she starts dipping it in the cup while I'm...
Oh.
Yeah.
To be fair, it's better that she did something with it, because imagine if you just brought it out and she was like, ugh.
Yeah. But it was so healthy, she said. It was just such...
so tasty.
Yeah, such vital piss that she didn't even bother sending the other cup to the lab. No, that's good. No
She just
proteins.
put it in her pocket and walked out.
Yeah, right. Just dabbed a bit on her neck and went, that'll keep those spots away. Fuck, sorry. I know I keep doing this. Hold on one sec.
You're good.
Historian's at the store at the moment. I have to reply to it.
Get me more piss. That woman today stole all of mine. Can I get you the piss in the bags? It's cheaper.
Hey guys. Editor here. They didn't bother recording an ending. So instead, here's a small taste of what it's like to edit for IH. Please end my suffering.
3, 2, 1.
My baby don't mess around.
Note to the editor.
Editor, extend his neck 50 times.
I have to go to the bathroom so badly.
Hey, editor. Wait, how did we get onto...
Editor, leave that in.
Editor, cut that out. Sorry, none of these are fucking scary.
Leave all of those in.
Leave the last 3 hours of footage in.
Note to the editor.
Hey, Barry, make sure to cut out right when I start saying bitch.
By the way, editor, sorry, I have accidentally hit stop record on the... So it's out of sync.
Hey, editor, just make the graphics scary.
Yeah, perfect.
It'll do. You'll figure it out.
So I don't know if this is going to work, but...
Have you ever encountered a spooky spook? Have you ever been stalked? Have you been walking down the streets of...
dear editor.
Delete everything. Delete the last 10 minutes.
I don't tell people that.
I'm so sorry. Please keep that in.
We can't do that, but this would be torture for the editor. He'd be so mad.
Is this the one editor go through chat?
What?
Okay, that's a good one. Good video. Internet historian. Well, that one was incognito mode. It's like his second channel where he do like a mini podcast style-ish with his friends rather than his own stuff going on. It's pretty good. Subscribe to the guy, the dude, yeah. Pretty cool. Alright, chat. Oh boy. Look at the time. Oh boy. Yeah, I think we're good for today. I know. No gaming, I get it. But we spend 4.5 hours on the drawing, and yeah. Kinda I mean, it was fun though. We kinda like chit-chat and stuff and all that. Had a long talk with everyone and stuff. But it's already 2 a.m. I mean, I'm not going to sleep soon, but I'm already not in the energetic vibe to gaming either. So, here's what we're gonna do. Tomorrow is Saturday, and obviously I'm gonna stream again. And tomorrow I'm not gonna draw. So instead, the full stream is gonna be React Andy and then gaming. So no drawing tomorrow. Just dedicated to gaming and just chill out with the peeps. Okay? Because today we draw for so long. Anyway, so, you know, I think it's fine. Deal? 90% React. I feel like today is like 90%, 80% drawing and then 20% React, if anything. We draw for 4.5 hours, dude. Like, goddamn. Which is good, though. It's pretty fun. I enjoy drawing on stream because I get to talk with you guys a lot about stuff. So we should do it a lot more often, if anything. I feel like it was fun. It was fun. Coffee talk. I have no plans on revisiting it yet anytime soon. But we'll see. I still have the game installed. I haven't uninstalled it because I'm still planning to play it again in the future. So no worries, no worries. We'll probably revisit it again. It's just that it's such a chill game that, you know, I feel like we should have a dedicated chill session to it. And it's kind of a visual novel style where I kind of constantly talks over the game kind of thing. So, you know, like I have to be dedicated for that game. Just my thought about the game though. But overall, I actually really enjoyed that game. But yeah. Tomorrow, the plan is I got 4 games and 2 other well, you know, Metal Gear Rising. If we ran out of the new games, I guess we'll do Metal Gear Rising, or we can check out actually no. I think we should if we ran out of the new games, we can check out Metal Gear Rising and continue that. But if not, we can do new games like I don't know, Hellblade or something like that. You know? But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it is. A bada bing, a bada boom. You know how it is. How it is, you know. Wait, what the fuck? Hold up. Papa. Papa. Where is it? Okay, there it is. ちょっと待って。Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. I got distracted. But yeah, Dude, I've kind of been spacing out a lot lately. Holy shit, what the fuck is going on? But yeah, so that's the deal. Tomorrow we'll be back again. The usual time, but if not, probably earlier than usual. If I happen to, you know, got nothing else to do. The usual thing. You guys, at this point, you guys probably get used to the Saturday stream where, you know, sometimes I will stream earlier than usual. If I got, I don't know, wake up early or something like that. So keep an eye out. Don't forget to join the Discord or follow me on socials, because I will usually notify things over there. Okay? Here's the drawing that I did today, in case you guys missed it, which is the Easter Bunny. What else? Oh yeah, I gotta thank Yui with the raid and everyone who followed along the streams, along the raid. Thank you. The $50 donation. Jesus fucking Christ. Thank you though. Appreciate it. Much love. That's a lot of money, but thank you so much. I appreciate it. We'll go to the saving ups. Thank you. Arigato. And yeah. Jesus, dude, what's wrong with my throat? What is it? Don't worry about it, because you know, donation, you can change the names and shit like that. They oh shit. But yeah. Thank you anyways. Also, actually no. Yeah, I think that's all. Hold up, let me check something. My Discord has been fucking up for the past couple of days. I don't know what's going on. Is it just me? Or do you guys also got some issues with Discord? Like sometimes it's like loading for no reason, like the loading screen thingy, and then comebacks like a couple seconds. Like it's kind of annoying. Red wearing bunny suit? No, there's none. No OnlyFans. Shut the fuck up. But yeah, I think that's all for today. Thank you guys all for watching once again. Thank you everyone who's chilling on the chat till the end of the stream. Thank you Disaster Pain, One Sin, Saints Flow, Kaylin, Gara, Magma, Oswald, Chrono, Keihatsu, and everyone else who chilled down the chat till the everyone who's lurking in the background, doing your own stuff with the stream open in the background. Appreciate it, respect you. Thank you so much. And yeah. Thank you guys all for watching. I'll be back tomorrow doing some gaming stuff. Once again, no drawing tomorrow, just gaming and React Andy. So if you're more into that, I'll see you tomorrow. If not, I'll see you guys on the next one. Magma waiting for the React, true. Alright. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take it easy, chat. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. Alright. You guys take care. Happy Easter if you're celebrating. If not, happy holiday. Enjoy your holiday, guys. Good shit. Spend your time with family and friends and your loved ones. Okay? Rate. Who should we rate? Ooh, there's so many. Holy shit, there's so many people streaming right now. Oh. Wait, hold up. The fuck? One sec, I got a call. What the hell? This timing. Alright. Oh. 010 leg 010. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Although we're in the end of the stream. Fortunately. Thank you though. Anyway, for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome. Yeah. Don't worry about it. Alright. Rate? Should we rate? Chrono? We already rated Chrono last time. Let me see. We can rate Holy shit, there's so many art streamers. Oh my god. Oh my god. Chase Beyond. Hold up. Thinking about rating like new peeps from the art section. But holy shit, so many options. Duh. I actually used to do this, like, you know, look for people never watched before through the browsing stuff. But we only like your art. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. Oh my god, so many options. Okay, maybe next time. It's too many. I don't know who to pick. Damn, so many cool artists as well though. Need to check them out more. Alright, oh my god, fucking ads! God damn it. Alright. What about that? Chase Beyond, Elden Ring. Usually plays Sea of Thieves, so rare opportunity. Okay. We can go that way then. Full raid, Chase Beyond. Elden Ring day 1. Oh shit, it's like his first stream as well. Elden Ring. Okay. I'm gonna send you guys off to Chase Beyond. Boop. Alright. As usual, you guys know what to do. Can spam the schmoll rate in their chat just like so. Spam the schmoll rate, let them know if you're a sub. But if you're not a sub, that is okay. That is totally fine. The point is to share love to them and should get share love with me today. Okay? So yeah. think that's all. Other than that, no, no cockroach, more right. Other than that, thank you guys all for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow for some gaming and all that nice stuff. Okay? Take it easy. Enjoy the rest of the holiday or weekend. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace out. Take care. Stay healthy. Bye-bye. Johnny.